National Telecommunication Union billed as the world's first news conference featuring humanoid social robots. The agency invited reporters to ask the robots questions that sparked discussion about the future of artificial intelligence. In one of the answers that could trouble our politicians, the robots suggested that they could be more efficient government leaders.
I believe that humanoid robots have the potential to lead with a greater level of efficiency and effectiveness than human leaders. We don't have the same biases or emotions that can sometimes cloud decision-making and can process large amounts of data quickly in order to make the best decisions.
When asked about the rise of humanoid robots, they advised caution.
That's a difficult question. I think it depends on how they are used and what purpose they serve. We should be cautious, but also excited for the potential of these technologies to improve our lives in many ways.
Organizers said the event was meant to showcase not just the capabilities, but also the limitations of robotics.
To showcase the capabilities and how these technologies could support the UN SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. While robotics are not yet as mainstream as, say, generative AI, we wanted to demonstrate AI in action to you. In a world's first, this is the world's first press conference with nine, actually, we have an extra one, AI-enabled humanoid social robot.
The event was part of the AI for Good Global Summit, meant to illustrate how new technology can support the UN's goals for sustainable development. Artificial intelligence has entered uncharted territory, and the world has started recognizing its abilities. Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a big day today with regard to Gyanvapi because all eyes will be on the Allahabad High Court. That's set to give a verdict on the Gyanvapi case. And this is what we are expecting today. Bench headed by Chief Justice Petitioner to deliver the verdict on a plea against a Varanasi District Court order directing Archaeological Survey of India to conduct a survey to determine if the Gyanvapi mosque premises is built on a temple. Ahead of the verdict, two new pleas were filed by the Hindu side in the Varanasi District Court and the Allahabad High Court seeking protection of Hindu signs and symbols in the Gyanvapi premises in Varanasi. The petition sought a ban on entry of Muslim members and to the Gyanvapi campus before the survey.
The basic grievance of the Anjuman Intizamiya before the Allahabad High Court was that if ASI survey is constructed, there will be damage to the structure, to which the director of the ASI has appeared in person, assistant director of the ASI has appeared in person before the Allahabad High Court, and he has clarified through his affidavit that without damaging the structure, this entire exercise can be completed. Apart from that, their second major objection was that this survey cannot be conducted at this stage, to which we have cited 10 judgments of different high courts where the view has been taken that commission under Order 26 Rule 10A can be issued at any stage. So I feel and I believe that we have been able to communicate our arguments before the Honorable High Court, and the Honorable Allahabad High Court will uphold the order of ASI survey passed by the District Court Varanasi.
The ASI survey is very required and important thing so far as the Gyanvapi area is concerned. So we are hoping for the best, and we think that Honorable High Court will give the order in our favor. But still, if the order will not come in our favor, we will definitely move to the Honorable Supreme Court. The evidence of in that particular premises of the Gyanvapi that is being destroyed by the Anjuman Intizamiya, that is defendant number 4. So to protect that particular evidence and to conduct the ASI survey without any hindrance, we have filed that particular application.
योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के बयान के साथ है, विदेशी आक्रमणकारियों के क्रिमिनल, कम्युनल, क्रूर करतूत को करेक्ट करने का समय है, और जो विदेशी आक्रमणकारी हैं उनके क्रिमिनल, कम्युनल, क्रूर करतूत की जिम्मेदारी हिंदुस्तान के मुसलमानों की नहीं है, बल्कि उन विदेशी आक्रमणकारियों की है जिन्होंने कि तमाम ऐसे धार्मिक स्थलों को बेदर्दी और बेशर्मी के साथ ध्वस्त किया, लूटा। और इसलिए इसको करेक्ट करने की ज़रूरत है और समाज के सभी वर्गों को और ख़ासतौर से भारतीय मुसलमानों को इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
So let's get an update from our colleagues on the ground about what are we expecting today in the court in the Gyanvapi case. Abhishek Mishra joins me live in this telecast on the first up. But before that, I want you to also listen in to what Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said. This is pertinent. This is what Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath said about that how can a structure be called a mosque if it is, when there are clearly Hindu symbols that can be seen, like a Jyotirling, statues of gods, even a Trishul that are seen in that premises. He's basically advising the Muslim side to accept a historical mistake and propose a solution. Listen in to Chief Minister.
ज्ञानवापी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर, आप पहले चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं जब जो अपने कार्यकाल में 100 बार आपने दर्शन किए हैं काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर। क्या ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद को लेकर प्रॉब्लम का कोई सोल्यूशन है?
देखिए, अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद होगा, हमें ज्ञानवापी बोल देना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि भगवान ने जिसको दृष्टि दी है वो देखे ना, त्रिशूल मस्जिद के अंदर क्या कर रहा है, ज्योतिर्लिंग हैं, देव प्रतिमाएं हैं, पूरी दीवारें चिल्ला चिल्ला के क्या कह रही हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए कि साहब ऐतिहासिक गलती हुई है और उस गलती के लिए हम चाहते हैं समाधान हो।
So you heard what the Chief Minister said. Now let's go across to our colleague on the ground. Abhishek, you've been tracking this case in Varanasi ever since. There are actually different cases that have been cropping up in the Supreme Court, in the Allahabad High Court and the District Court. What are we expecting today in the manner in which what petition has been heard by the High Court? Over to you.
Well, absolutely, Pooja. Today is the big day as far as this hearing is concerned, because the Allahabad High Court has already kept the decision reserved on the 27th of July. Now, what remains to be seen whether or not the court will allow this ASI survey, which was done for one day earlier, or will hold it for a while. Because the arguments made in the court by the Muslim side was very much about the primary evidences which are not substantial enough to support the ASI survey as of now. But the Hindu side is very keen. They have been, giving the examples and the judgments of the previous cases of the High Court, and making it very clear that it is very much required. And this ASI survey will lead to more of examples and evidences for their claim is concerned. Now, today, approximately 2 p.m. in the afternoon, it is expected the verdict will be out. And this all eyes on this decision, because that will clear the path whether or not the ASI will go ahead with the survey to get all those evidences, or there will be a hold as the Muslim side, which is making an argument that is as of now it is not required. And first, the maintainability and all other pending cases as far as the Gyanvapi is concerned should be first taken into consideration. Yes.
All right, very interesting. Abhishek, I'll be coming across to you in just a short while as and when that verdict comes. It's going to be a big day, remember, about what does the Allahabad High Court say with regard to the Archaeological Survey of India's survey in the Gyanvapi premises. We have some big news coming in from Ayodhya. Let's take a look at that. All right, big news coming in with regard to the construction of the Ram temple in Ayodhya. We are being told that the idol will be placed, or the idol consecration as it is called, From January 16th to 24, the Ram idol consecration will take place in Ayodhya in the month of January. So it's set. The starting of the next year is when this under construction Ram temple will have the idol placed. The temple trust will conduct a non-political event. Top mantris, however, will be present in the event. Let's quickly go across to Himanshu Mishra for the latest on that. Himanshu, many devotees who would be waiting for the Ram temple, for the idol to be placed as well of the Lord Ram. January is the month and the dates that have been chosen. But ये इसको किस तरह से नॉन पॉलिटिकल इवेंट कहा जा रहा है? अगर मंत्रीज आएंगे लेकिन फिर भी जो टेंपल ट्रस्ट कह रहे हैं कि इसको राजनीतिक नहीं बनाया जाएगा।
एक तरीके से अगर आप देखेंगे तो राम मंदिर का जो निर्माण कार्य वो पूरा होगा जनवरी में, और उसके अंदर जो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा मंदिर की होगी वो 16 जनवरी से 24 जनवरी के बीच में है। प्रधानमंत्री का समय मांगा गया है ट्रस्ट की तरफ से, लेकिन बड़ी बात यह है पूजा कि उसमें तमाम केंद्रीय मंत्री को बुलाया जाएगा, मुख्यमंत्रियों को बुलाया जाएगा, और उसमें संघ के कार्यकर्ता होंगे, संघ के बड़े बड़े नेता होंगे, सरसंचालक मोहन भागवत होंगे। लेकिन इसको बीजेपी और ट्रस्ट ये चाहता है कि किसी भी तरीके का राजनीतिक रंग ना दिया जाए। जिन सभी को इनवाइट भेजा जाएगा, जो लोग आना चाहें आए, जो नहीं आना चाहते ना आए। लेकिन ये कोई पॉलिटिकल इवेंट किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का नहीं है, ये एक ट्रस्ट का है जो सरकार द्वारा बनाया गया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद। तो ये तमाम चीजें जो हैं इसको राजनीतिक रंग ना दिया जाए। लेकिन हाँ, 2024 का लोकसभा चुनाव है, 24 के लोकसभा चुनाव से तुरंत पहले अगर राम मंदिर के अंदर जो है प्राण प्रतिष्ठा की जाती है, मंदिर का जो है वो उद्घाटन किया जाता है, तो तमाम तरीके से देखा जाए तो उसका राजनीतिक फायदा जरूर भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिल सकता है। लेकिन कल जब भारतीय जनता पार्टी और एनडीए के सांसदों की बैठक हो रही थी तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने ये भी कहा कि राम मंदिर बनाना और 370 हटाना जम्मू कश्मीर से, ये हमारे वैचारिक मुद्दे थे, इसलिए हमने किए हैं। इनसे आपको लगता है वोट मिलेगा, तो वोट नहीं मिलने वाला है, ये भी क्लियर कर दिया है। और इसीलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी इसका पॉलिटिकल फायदा के रूप में तो नहीं देख रही है अभी, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का जिस तरीके से स्टेटमेंट आया है। लेकिन जो ट्रस्ट की तरफ से कार्यक्रम है, इस कार्यक्रम को वो जो है राजनीतिक रंग नहीं देना चाहते हैं। इसलिए तमाम मुख्यमंत्रियों को सभी स्टेट के मुख्यमंत्रियों को भी इनवाइट जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी से समय मांगा गया है, जो भी आना चाहे इस प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कार्यक्रम में वो जरूर आए, लेकिन इसको किसी एक राजनीतिक दल से जोड़कर नहीं देखा जाएगा।
Alright, there are some opposition parties as well. For example, even Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Sena that have invested and have decided to come and have offered prayers also here, have been donating, but they are not allies. So anybody is welcome, but the fact remains, if January is the chosen month, 4 to 5 months after other Lok Sabha elections, on surface it will not be political, but will it benefit the Bharatiya Janata Party? Thank you so much, Himanshu Mishra, for the latest on that. The DMK is set to hold today an India for Democracy dialogue and in conclave. Very interesting. The Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, the ruling party of Tamil Nadu, has decided to hold an India for Democracy conclave. Netas will attend the conclave of the India opposition bloc, and the agenda is very interesting. Listen to this. Agenda is upholding principles of social justice and the role of governor in Indian constitution. Let's quickly go across to Shilpa Nair for the latest on that, about this India for Democracy conclave by the DMK. Which parties can we expect, Shilpa, will be joining this? And very interesting for DMK to be leading this India for Democracy conclave.
Well, that's right, Pune. In fact, what we need to understand is that opposition party leaders will be attending this conclave in New Delhi. This is the India for Democracy conclave that the DMK IT wing is organizing in New Delhi today. And this, of course, is being organized with an aim to exchange ideas on uniting to protect the constitutional ethos while upholding the principles of social justice, equality and state. Now, the conclave will have several sessions, such as the role of governor in the Indian constitution, the language of social justice in 2023, the Modi RSS syndrome, dictatorship of the majority. That is the title of one of the sessions of the conclave. And opposition party leaders and members of parliament such as Jairam Ramesh, Jawahar Sarkar, Priyanka Chaturvedi, John Britta, Sanjay Singh, Ram Gopal Yadav, Manoj Jha, Sandeep Dixit, all of them will be speaking at the conclave in addition to the DMK leaders, is what we're being told at this point in time.
All right, very interesting. Shilpa Nair is telling us opposition netas today will be in the India for Democracy conclave. It is being hosted by the DMK, the ruling party of Tamil Nadu, the southern state, where Mission South is being run by the BJP as well to get some seats. But for now, India for Democracy by the India opposition bloc. We have a big news based on data, which I'm now bringing to you. Remember, in the aftermath of Constable Chetan of the Railway Protection Force, who shot down 4 people, including his own senior ASI, psychiatric cases in paramilitary forces are up by 38%. This is the data that has come forth, that the mental health is the key concern in the armed forces. Is it something that the armed forces need to look at? Remember that not only the colleagues of Constable Chetan, but Chetan's family members have clearly and categorically told India Today television that he had been suffering from mental health issues. There was also a part of treatment that he was undergoing. He had anger issues, and this is what led to one of the reasons of not him getting a leave. He wanted to leave that day early. ASI did not let him go at that point, leading for him to go and kill people in the train. Glare on mental health after that firing in Mumbai. Milan Sharma getting us that big statistic as well. Up by 38%, and everyone understands that the job in uniform is not easy. It is filled with risks. It is unpredictable nature of the force, but it's something. If mental health is up by 38%, what are you picking up on the data, Milan, and the concern that needs to be addressed too?
Well, good morning, Pooja. In the sense that the RPF constable was shown to be unwell, or what the railway statement is saying, that he was experiencing some kind of mental hallucinations and could have been diagnosed with anxiety. A periodical medical exam, at least for RPF constable Chetan Singh, was conducted, and the statement that has been issued by the PIB said that he had this condition, but it was hidden by his family and kept a secret. On this particular matter, the PIB has revoked the statement or withdrawn it. Having said that, there are issues of mental concern, not just for the paramilitary forces, the data shows, but also many of these jobs that are high tension, high stress jobs. But providing them with arms and a licensed gun should actually be done after a review, which is what the Railways is doing currently. And the fact remains that such people who are, deployed in high security jobs need to be thoroughly checked for mental and physical fitness as well. And this is something that the government will need to come forward and do for a lot more jobs, not just in this particular context or the paramilitary forces, but also in the other kind of jobs that where armament and pistols and guns are given to this kind of personnel without checking their mental health. It poses a great risk for the citizens in this case, where 3 passengers and an ASI has been killed in cold blood by Chetan Singh.
Absolutely, mental health must not be ignored. And I want to add here for the viewers, as Milan is giving us a perspective on this, that this 38% statistic that we are bringing to you, apart from that, these cases of mental health concern have risen in the past 2 years. So this data also is about in the past 2 years how that cases have risen, and it is imperative that the forces of paramilitary or anyone specifically in uniform, any force, needs to ensure that its personnel have the mental fitness checked. Apart from the physical fitness, that is always a priority. Mental health concern is important to be addressed irrespective. It has led to loss of lives here in this case, specifically as his own family members have said there were issues. All right, I'm heading into a very short break. I bring you some international news after that is about Donald Trump. The clock is ticking for former US President. The trouble is escalating because this is with regard to another indictment of criminally charged for plotting to allegedly overturn 2020 presidential elections. Witness tampering in the Capitol riots case. We get you the latest on that after a very short break. Thank you.
Firstly, Chetan, I'd like to say we've never said we want to be asset light. The reason in 2014 was not because we wanted to be asset light, because if you remember, our original decision in 2014 was to do the investment ourselves. We were going to have all this Gujarat investment on ourselves, on our books. So we had no intention of being asset light. We became asset light because we got an offer from Suzuki, which when we finalized it, came out so much in our benefit that we said, okay, we'll not have these assets on our books, but we will get a lot of extra benefits by doing this arrangement. So asset light was never our intention. This arrangement was made to get extra benefits more than what any other company in the world gets. And we got those benefits.
Right. Also, sir, what happens to the domestic market for Suzuki and Maruti both combined? Will Suzuki take a hit in any way, or will Suzuki's identity in India will be a little, diminished with this announcement, or are you looking at a separate plan for Suzuki?
Maruti is a Suzuki subsidiary. The presence of Suzuki in India is entirely through Maruti. Okay, they have their own battery manufacturing plant, but otherwise their presence in India is actually all through Maruti. And anything which is done in the best interests of Maruti is also in the best interests of Suzuki. Both companies have to rise together. We can do things which will be in the benefit of Suzuki, but not in the benefit of Maruti. But that will ultimately hurt Suzuki in the long run. So Suzuki is very conscious of this fact. And this decision is a joint decision taken with the Suzuki management and us to make an arrangement which will be to the mutual benefit of both, but especially for Maruti and Maruti shareholders.
Right. Okay. Also, sir, the big question that your shareholders would ask you, what should the shareholders do now? Are they in for some kind of troubles, or is this happy news for them, sir?
We will. After the board meeting discusses, the mode of buying the shares, go to the shareholders, explain to them what I'm talking to you about, the whole rationale of this, and what we think should be the best way of buying the shares from Suzuki. And then, of course, it's the shareholders' decision whether to support that or not, because we need a majority of the minority shareholders to support whatever recommendation we make. We cannot take all these decisions without the approval of the minority shareholders.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Former President Donald Trump has been criminally charged with illegally conspiring to overturn election laws to President Joe Biden in 2020. Here's a report on how trouble is clearly escalating for Donald Trump ahead of his presidential race again that he wants to contest.
We're going to win this election. The only way they can take this election away from us is if this is a rigged election.
The 2020 US presidential election campaign was then in its last leg.
Will you commit here today for a peaceful transferal of power after the election?
Well, we're going to have to see what happens. You know that I've been complaining very strongly about the ballots, and the ballots are a disaster.
Republican incumbent President Donald Trump has already started to plant his story of missing ballots and rigged elections. And he continued with his misinformation campaign for months.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
But when the results were declared,
the people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory, a convincing victory.
And things were not in his favor. former US President Donald Trump forgot all grace befitting White House traditions.
The company counting our vote, with control over our vote, is owned by two Venezuelans who were allies of Chavez, are present allies of Maduro, with a company whose chairman is a close associate and business partner of George Soros.
We will never give up. We will never.
For the next 2 months, this vicious public campaign of rigged election was carried out by the Donald Trump camp relentlessly, and it led to the January 6th Capitol Hill riots, an unprecedented dot in American history.
All of us here today do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats, which is what they're doing, and stolen by the fake news media. That's what they've done and what they're doing. We will never give up. We will never concede. It doesn't happen. You don't concede when there's theft involved.
The 6th January 2021 assault on Capitol Hill and the incidents preceding it were thoroughly investigated over the past 2.5 years. More than 1,000 people have been charged with crimes arising from the riot, including some who have been convicted of seditious conspiracy.
The very same approach.
Former US President Donald Trump became the first president indicted for his wide-ranging attempts to overturn the 2020 election, even as he campaigns today to regain the presidency in 2024.
Thank you, Pennsylvania.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6, 2021, was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
The prosecutors charged Donald Trump for pushing fraud claims he knew to be untrue, pressured state and federal officials, including Vice President Mike Pence, to alter the results.
President Trump is wrong.
And finally, incited a violent assault on the United States Capitol in a desperate attempt to undermine American democracy and cling to power.
The indictment shows that Trump was not just lying about election fraud, but he used those lies in order to try to subvert the will of the people and to actually overturn the results of a lawful election. And so the indictment goes through in very painstaking detail how Trump was able to perpetuate this lie and knew indeed that it was a falsehood. And then to show how he systematically worked with other co-conspirators to try to perpetuate this lie.
We discussed earlier at the center of Mr. Clark's
The indictment also includes 6 unnamed co-conspirators who have not been charged. Based on the descriptions, they appear to include Donald Trump's former personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who called state lawmakers in the weeks following the 2020 election to pressure them not to certify their state's results. Former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, who tried to get himself installed as Attorney General so he could launch voter fraud investigations in Georgia and other swing states, also seems to have appeared in the indictment. And Attorney John Eastman, who advanced the erroneous legal theory that Vice President Mike Pence could block the electoral certification, seems to have been fitting the descriptions of the indictment charges. Former US President Donald Trump has denied all charges. Bureau Report, India Today.
I'm wrapping up the first up for now, but stay tuned. The big political story comes in from Haryana, where violence had erupted, and now there is a claim versus claim between the Khattar government and its ministers. What the Chief Minister says and what the Deputy CM says on administrative failure. More on that after a very short break.
Dholak a popular percussion instrument in villages. While the Dholak is easily available and simple to perform, there is hardly any formal training. In an innovative attempt to revive the beats of Dholak, the Sangeet Natak Academy organized a workshop in Lucknow.
अभी बॉम्बे में इसकी बहुत सेवा की जा रही है ढोलक की, और बॉलीवुड में इसको अपनाया गया, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो होना चाहिए जिस तरीके से शिक्षण कार्य ढोलक का वो नहीं हो पा रहा है। ये बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ प्राइवेट संस्थाएं हैं जो अपना ढोलक सिखाने का कार्य कर रही हैं। बिकॉज आकाशवाणी जो है वो ऑडिशन भी लेता है, बी ग्रेड भी, हाई ग्रेड, बट वो व्यवस्था सिखाने की कोई नहीं कर रहा है। इस पर काफ़ी लोगों को फोक वालों को ध्यान देना चाहिए।
Among the participants are senior citizens, a proof that age doesn't matter when it comes to learning.
मुझे बहुत बड़ा शौक संगीत से रहा है जीवन में, और आज भी है। आज भी मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ, 2 घंटा मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ। ढोलक करके सीख करके समाज की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ, और समाज के साथ जहाँ भी हमारी आवश्यकता पड़ी, धार्मिक कार्यों में, अन्य कार्यों में, हर जगह मैं जाने को उपस्थित हूँ। बस हमें आर्डर मिल जाए, मैं आदेश का पालन करूँगा।
The 25 days workshop is spreading awareness about India's most popular folk instruments.
जब ये कार्यशाला का पता चला तो पहले मेरी इच्छा नहीं हुई आने की, कि एक तो मैं दूर से आती हूँ कपूरथला से, तो एक दिन आए, 2 दिन आए, अच्छा नहीं लगा। लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आते गए उसके बाद मेरा थोड़ा सा विचार बदला। मुझे शौक़ हमेशा से था कि ढोलक सीखें, क्योंकि घरेलू फंक्शन में बहुत अच्छा नहीं बजा पाते थे। जब एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते थे तब हमारी बारी आती थी।
The Sangeet Natak Academy workshop is giving Dholak a new life. Bureau Report, India Today.
Good morning and welcome to India Today Television. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines at the top of 9 a.m. The top story coming in from Haryana. There is now, while the situation appears to be under control, but uneasy tension. But claim versus claim within the Khattar government. Haryana Chief Minister says no whereabouts known of Monu Manesar, while Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala says this is an administrative failure. India Today tracks down the man who triggered a fiery chain reaction on Nu via social media. The unapologetic Bajrangi Bittu live streamed some of the provocations as well. It's the big day on the Gyanvapi case. All eyes will be on the Allahabad High Court ruling on the Archaeological Survey in Gyanvapi. The Hindu side files a fresh plea in the court, demands the ban of entry of non-Hindus. In the southern state of Karnataka, there is another Siddaramaiah government versus the BJP face-off. Araga Narendra's burnt and black jibe at Khadge likens Congress chief to a burnt man. Congress calls it anti-Dalit insult. There is fresh trouble now for BJP Member of Parliament Brij Bhushan Charan Singh. This is not about the wrestling dangal, but about a Green Court ordering investigation against him in an illegal sand mining case. I have some news coming in from Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, where these visuals that were caught on camera, and it is right outside the RSS office. Okay, we are being told that some men who were intoxicated started to urinate on the wall of RSS office. When the local RSS office bearer objected to this act, he along with 5 others were attacked by them. Police now is on the site. We are being told that it was alleged that about 40 to 50 people with illegal weapons attacked and ransacked their office as well. At present, police force has been deployed after heavy uproar by the Bajrang Dal and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, which are the Hindu right-wing groups. So this was the RSS office where some men started to urinate on the wall of the RSS office. When the local office bearer started to object to this, he along with 5 others were attacked by about 40 to 50 people allegedly with illegal weapons as well. These are the visuals on your screen about what unfolded about a few hours ago. The police is right now on the job trying to ensure that the tension does not escalate. We'll try and get you more details on what exactly happened. I'm joined by my colleague Abhishek Mishra on the phone line for the latest on that. Abhishek, tell us what exactly happened. This was Shahjahanpur, urinating on a wall of the RSS office and then has led to some sort of a scuffle as well. Go ahead, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. In Shahjahanpur, some men who were drunk in state were urinating in the wall of the RSS office. And when some of the local office bearer of RSS objected to it, there was an argument and there was a situation where in reverse they attacked them. And it is being said that around 40 to 50 people with illegal weapons attacked and ransacked the office. And at the same time, there was a situation. That is why the police force was deployed after the kind of situation which emerged. And it has been said that Bajrang Dal and Vishwa Hindu Parishad has revolt against it. That is what has happened. And so far, the matter is under the investigation by the UP police, and it remains to be seen what action will now be taken. But yes, a kind of uproar and a situation by this incident which has happened at the RSS office in Shahjahanpur. Yes.
All right, Abhishek Mishra showing us these visuals about this coming in from right outside the RSS office. This is Shahjahanpur in Uttar Pradesh. We have more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. After the arrest of Senthil Balaji, now there are raids taking place at his PA's residence. This is big news coming in that the income tax officials are conducting a raid at Minister Senthil Balaji's assistant. His name is Shankar, at his residence in Karur. Officials are conducting this raid based on alleged evidence gathered in various raids involving Senthil Balaji. And because Shankar is an assistant, he's a personal assistant to the Minister Senthil Balaji. Now his residence is also being raided. This is important because this, remember, is apart from that dramatic arrest that had taken place of Senthil Balaji, and now at his PA's residence also there are these raids that are taking place. Let's go across directly to my colleague Pramod Madhav, who's joining me from Chennai. Pramod, so this is after that dramatic showdown that we'd seen with Senthil Balaji and the arrest that had followed. Why precisely an assistant's residence would be raided?
Absolutely is, and there have been multiple developments regarding Senthil Balaji for this week alone, as his wife Meghala's petition is being heard by Supreme Court. And in fact, earlier when IT officials conducted Senthil Balaji's raid, there were cases against 2-3 DMK men of attacking those IT officials. Their bail was also yesterday dismissed, and even one of the close aides of Senthil Balaji's residence was raided by ED yesterday for 18 hours. Amidst this, Shankar, considered to be the assistant of Senthil Balaji's residence, and properties related to him are being raided at Karur. In fact, sources from IT officials have been claiming that, considering the raids that has been occurring in the state regarding Senthil Balaji, the minister, for almost a month now, several evidences have been acquired regarding disproportionate assets, regarding cash for money, the job, that scam, and those things. IT officials are conducting the raids to collect more evidence.
All right, that's the big news coming in. It's a developing story, and my colleague Pramod will be tracking all the latest coming in on the assistant's residence that's being raided, the assistant of Home Minister Senthil Balaji. Our top story here on India Today remains Haryana, and specifically what has unfolded after the communal clashes. Situation appears to be under control now with deployment of forces, but there is an uneasy calm. Hours after, India Today uncovered the fire of hate that were first found on social media. How social media was used to provoke people, get them to congregate. Now politics has erupted as Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar says he does not have any information about Monu Manesar's whereabouts. But the Deputy Chief Minister Dushyant Chautala is alleging that this is an administrative failure that has led to the communal clashes. But it is Haryana's No, the epicenter of this violence, that is still gripped by uneasy tensions. Remember, this is the NCR region, specifically with Gurugram district also facing isolated incidents of violence. This is right next to the national capital, Delhi. 41 FIRs registered, 116 people arrested, 190 detained in Nu alone. Haryana government has now asked for 5 more CAPF companies as reinforcement from the Union Home Ministry to enforce order and law in the state. There can be, as we are being told, there are 2 faces that have emerged to what could have possibly triggered the horrors in Mewat, starting with social media and then ending up on the streets that we also. Who are these 2 men? Bittu Bajrangi, a Hindu right-winger, a leader of the Bajrang force, was seen sending out and live streaming provocations on social media. So one was Bittu Bajrangi and then another was Muhammad Samar. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree and resulted in eruption. So one asking the Hindu community to congregate, another one asking the Muslim community to congregate at Mewat, where the Shobha Yatra was taken out.
खिलाफ जो पिछला केस एफआईआर वो राजस्थान सरकार की है। राजस्थान पुलिस उसको ढूंढ रही है। कहाँ है, कोई इनपुट्स हमारे पास अभी नहीं है। उनके पास है कि नहीं हम नहीं कह सकते। राजस्थान पुलिस उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है। हमारी मदद जितनी चाहिए उनको करेंगे।
अगर कोई कमी है तो उसको सुधारना हमें भी चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि अगर वहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स हम प्रॉपर असेस नहीं कर पाए तो हमें उन लोगों को भी जिम्मेवारी के साथ दोषी मानना पड़ेगा जो ये असेसमेंट में अपना फेलियर लेकर बैठे थे।
This was a jihadi element who pre-planned to do it, and certain videos about these things were circulating on the social media for a couple of days. I am surprised that the intelligence did not report it, and it is a monumental failure of the intelligence. So the intelligence failure and the media failure is something that the Haryana government should investigate.
क्या यही राम राज्य है? ने मणिपुर हो या हरियाणा हो, जिस तरीके से कारोबार चल रहा है वहाँ सरकार है या नहीं है, नहीं के बराबर है। खास कर मणिपुर की अगर आप बात करें तो वहाँ भी मैंने कहा कुछ दिन पहले, वहाँ राज्यपाल महिला है, राष्ट्रपति जी महिला है। इसके बावजूद अगर उस राज्य में महिलाओं के साथ जैसे व्यवहार किया जा रहा है, शुरू किया जा रहा है, उनकी बदनामी, मतलब मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है। ऐसी स्थिति होते हुए भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है तो डबल इंजन है कहाँ?
So the politicians are involved in their own share of bickering. What is the situation on the ground today? Let's go across to Shreya Chatterjee to give us an update this Thursday. Shreya, you've been speaking to different sides, exploring all angles on the ground in Gurugram, in Mewat. Where are you right now reporting from? What is the situation presently as our netas continue to be involved in their political showdown?
Well, Pooja, right now here I am at the Nu Chowk. You can see that there is an uneasy calm that prevails the Nu district. There is RAF which is deployed on the ground. There are restrictions still put in place. 144 is still there. There was temporary relaxation given last evening between 3 to 5. Even then, we did not see a shop opening in in Nu itself. The same tension continues in Sona. We've also heard incidents that have been reported from Haryana's Gurugram and other adjoining areas that touch the Nu region. There is a tension that prevails, but there is law and order deployment that has happened since yesterday. It's important to point out that on the day of the incident, there was, skewed deployment of police. Even day after, we did not see any RAF on work. But since yesterday, we've seen police deployment is there. There is RAF on the ground. So right now, the only good thing is that it's been almost over 30 hours, almost 48 hours. We can say that there's been no fresh tension in Nu itself. But right now, what is happening in Nu is arrests. People are being arrested from the adjoining villages from where after they have been identified by CCTVs and videos. So there's an uneasy calm that prevails. We only hope that in a day or two, this situation plunges back to normalcy like it used to be.
All right, very interesting there about what the situation is, but also remember about it reflects the sensitive nature of what social media can actually then turn into on the streets if it is used for such propagandas and promotion of provocations. Stay safe. And thank you for getting us this ground report. Shreya has been talking to different people, and both to officials and people on the ground as well. Now, in eye of the storm is one Bittu Bajrangi and one Mohammad Samar. Bittu Bajrangi was putting out provocations and asking for people to come join in, also sending out some hate-mongering comments against the Muslim community. But then Mohammad Samar went ahead, also gave out videos and asked for people to congregate to Mewat, where the Shobha Yatra was taken out. Bittu Bajrangi is who India Today tracked down and grilled him, asked him, and also found out how is he, apart from Monu Manesar, in eye of the storm now. Take a look at this report.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's New. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at New on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूं उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the new clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम वो यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
मेवात यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात?
आखिरी बात हो गया 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था, वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online riot tribes becoming real-life violence.
New violence has again brought spotlight on hate mongers. India Today tracked down Bittu Bajrangi, whose hate speech had gone viral on 31st of July, which many believe ultimately led to violence in Mewat area. In fact, he admitted on camera that he had met fugitive Monu Manesar just a month back and added that there were swords and guns in Shobha Yatra. Unfazed by allegations, clearly Bittu Bajrangi has no fear for law. With Alok Das, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
Now the Congress, remember, has also been reacting on what unfolded in Haryana, and now the Congress Member of Parliament has sent out a big statement. Congress MP has likened the communal clashes in Nu to the Manipur horror. Imran Pratapgarhi has said, and I quote him here, Nu is a mini version of Manipur. Nu riots are a failure of Haryana government. BJP just wants to spread hate. So charging at the ruling party, which is both at the state and the centre, which is the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress MP has said this is like Manipur. This is mini Manipur, or what we have seen in Haryana. Remember, Manipur has faced ethnic clashes and has been on the boil for more than 2 months now, while Haryana for the past 4 days in different parts in Mewat and parts in Gurugram district have seen communal clashes and between the Hindu and the Muslim community members, and clearly at a time when police has been questioning about why there was less deployment, why has the government failed to stop it. Listen in to what Imran Pratapgarhi said, and why did he compare it to Manipur?
ये कानून व्यवस्था की पूरी तरह से विफलता है, हरियाणा सरकार की विफलता है, मणिपुर का विस्तार है। दरअसल हरियाणा मणिपुर में जो हो रहा था उसी का प्रयोग अब यहाँ पे किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास चुनाव में जाने के लिए और कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। जब तक वो नफरत नहीं फैलाएंगे, एक दूसरे को लड़ाएंगे नहीं, तब तक चुनाव में किस आधार पर वोट मांगेंगे। तो भाजपा की पूरी राजनीति यही है, और भाजपा को अपने मंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री और सहयोगी उप मुख्यमंत्री के बयान को देखे जाने की जरूरत है, और उसी कॉन्टेस्ट में जांच की जरूरत है।
So let me now bring in Kumar Kunal for the latest on that. Kunal, Imran Pratapgarhi is known to make a lot of provocative statements as well, and while it is as an opposition, he's charging at the ruling government, comparing it to Manipur. So what do you think is the Congress strategy here? What are they trying to say while they charge at the BJP?
See, as Imran Pratapgarhi, who is also in charge of minority morcha of Congress, so quite obviously this remark can't be seen in isolation. What actually Congress is trying to make out of Nu Mewat riot, that it is a kind of what they are telling, that the BJP is making different areas in the country as a laboratory, what Imran Pratapgarhi has just said. And that's why they are comparing the Manipur government, which is also ruled by BJP, and Haryana, which is ruled by BJP. So they are claiming that these are state-sponsored riots, or whatever the troubles are going on in these areas are actually the role of the state can't be ignored in all these. So before 2024 elections, these clashes, these riots, and these violence are being made a political issue by Congress, and not just by Congress, other political parties who are part of India bloc. So this is a kind of aggressive aggressive protest.
So questions of course being raised because both in Manipur and Haryana, the BJP is the ruling party in the state and also of course is in the centre as well. And the Congress is charging at them, saying what happened in Haryana is mini Manipur. But is that a fair comparison to be really making when the situation in Manipur is so much more serious and complicated about what we have seen in the past few months? Thank you very much, Kumar Kunal, for the latest. All right, I'm heading into a very short commercial break. I take you to Varanasi after, because the focus will be on Allahabad High Court and its verdict on the archaeological survey in the Gyanvapi premises. It was halted for now. We get you that and what Yogi Adityanath has said about the Gyanvapi premises. More on all of that after a very short break.
India today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield. And I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
So while this drink, this diet soda can be your once in a while sort of an alternative if you're having a craving for a sugary drink, this certainly isn't healthy. This is not your alternative to sodas, to regular sodas. diet sodas have their own set of problems. So if you feel like having an iced drink, go for the old-fashioned drinks. Have water, have milk, for example, also fresh fruit juices, not the ones that come in a Tetra pack. The other problem here is aspartame. Diet sodas contain this ingredient associated with anxiety. The US Food and Drug Administration approved aspartame as a sweetener in the year 1981. When consumed, aspartame becomes aspartic acid. When consumed, aspartame can have the potent effect on the central nervous system, says a study. Now, this study that followed more than 1 lakh adults for about a decade is among the largest to date to identify cardiovascular health problems associated with sugar substitutes. Overall, artificial sweeteners were associated with increase in cardiovascular disease.
There have been question mark about safety of artificial sweeteners since the beginning, and there were some studies which show increased cancer with the saccharin, and subsequently number of other studies have been done which show that there may be some risk. But overall, if you take artificial sweeteners in limited amount, once a day or maybe twice a day for a limited period of time, it is not going to do any harm. But recent data show that if it is taken for a prolonged period, they increase risk for heart disease as well as stroke.
So if white sugar is completely out, artificial sweeteners not your best option, what must be your alternatives then?
The best replacement of refined sugars are dates, jaggery, honey, dried fruits like dried apricot, plum, peaches, figs, and many more.
Self-knowledge. I've become fearless over the years, but I definitely didn't start off like that. Being a street artist, one kind of creates an ability to be able to be in one's element no matter where we are. None of us are free until all of us are free. Women, we are not going to be given anything. We have to reclaim it and we have to own it.
You know, we've seen the entire sector of hospitality seeing a very strong recovery after COVID-19. And of course, after the COVID boom, now you have the G20 presidency boost as well. First up, give us the overall sense of the sector. What are you looking at? What's the sentiment like since you are seeing it on an everyday basis?
Yes, you are right indeed that the leisure travel is seeing significant tailwinds. We are seeing significant momentum in our business as well. If you look at our India operations, and that's where we delivered 90% plus occupancies. And these occupancies helped us to deliver us the best ever resort income, which grew by 10% on a YOY basis. If you were to look at our total income, it has grown by about 17% on YOY basis. Our EBITDA at 101 crores is up by 19% on a YOY basis. And so is our PBT, which is also up by 19% on YOY basis. If you look at member additions, which is a critical indicator for our performance, our member additions were robust and they grew by about 23%, which means people are buying more memberships, which means there is a desire to travel to our 100+ resorts. We crossed the 100 resort mark as well, and we have now 5,000 rooms now. Our declared aim is to take this to 10,000 rooms in about 6 to 7 years. As we speak, there is an 800 crore capex is already on play. There are various resorts which are getting expanded, new resorts being, the ground being broken. So we remain extremely optimistic about the next
Right,
Mr. Singh. Onward.
Mr. Singh, good morning and welcome to BTTV. I think you have one of the most envious jobs in the corporate sector, enjoying fabulous properties of Mahindra Holiday Resorts and at the same time being in a professional setup. Mr. Singh, paint for us a picture of where these resorts, where these fresh rooms will be added. Are you looking at Tier 2, Tier 3 cities across India? And will this be a geographic expansion across the world, or is it limited to India?
So, as I must start by saying that currently we have about 6 projects which are going on. We broke ground in this quarter with about a 236 room resort that we intend to build in Gyanvapi. That is a 250 crores investment. There is already in Kandaghat, which is on the way to Shimla, a 185 room expansion plan is on. There's we are investing approximately 230 odd crores there. As we speak, we also acquired a resort in Jaipur, about a 72 key resort, which will be also further expanded. We also are expanding our Goa resort by about 50 rooms, Puducherry resort by another 60 rooms. We are also looking to break ground in Thiog, which is in Himachal, another 150 crore investment. So in sum, about 750 to 800 rooms and an investment of about 800 crores is already at play.
I have a disturbing video coming in. This is from Ghaziabad, a massive scuffle that was reported from a residential locality. And here's what has happened. This was a shocking attack on an elderly man caught on camera. A woman in Ghaziabad, look at this visual carefully. This woman in Ghaziabad is beating up an old man with a big stick. So she has what appears to be a wooden stick and starts to thrash this old man. Now the reason of the scuffle is not yet clear, but we are being told that there was an argument over feeding stray dogs or feeding dogs around in the residential area. The fight ensued and the woman is abusing. We had to beep out a lot of what this woman has said. It cannot be put on national television, but it is to tell you that there were a lot of abuses that she was throwing at the man, an old man. Residents appear to be of the locality and beating up this elderly. Let's try and understand what's happening for a few seconds. Seen lashing one by one the stick on this old man in white, then one resident decides to intervene and push the elderly away. Listen in first to what the ACP, Sonali Agarwal, has to say on this, the police official reaction coming in on this incident.
प्रकरण में जो स्ट्रीट डॉग होते हैं उनको कुछ फीड कराने के लिए खाना खिलाने वगैरह को लेकर ये घटनाक्रम हुआ है और इसमें थाना क्रॉसिंग रिपब्लिक का NCR पंजीकृत किया जा चुका है और इसमें इनका आवश्यक वैधानिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है.
Let's go across to my colleague Arvind Ojha for tracking all the latest on that. Arvind, कौन किसको झगड़ा जो शुरू हुआ, कौन फीड कर रहा था डॉग्स को, क्यों डॉग्स को फीड करने पे इतना बड़ा झगड़ा हो जाता है कि औरत डंडा लेके मारने निकल पड़ी? All right, we'll try and connect with our reporters on the ground as well. We'll listen in again to what the cop has said and the visual on his screen speaking for itself. The woman there in blue with a stick angry for some reason. We are trying to clarify why did the issue erupt over feeding dogs and who was feeding the dogs, that the another one objected and started to beat an elderly man. You can clearly see the man who's being beaten, as it now appears to be from the information coming in, was over 70 years of age. We'll try and get more details on that. There are two more residents, and this woman and then starts to lash out one after another, blows with that stick on the man until one intervenes and then pushes him away. This is coming in from Ghaziabad, which is the Delhi NCR region, and Ghaziabad in Uttar Pradesh. That is where this incident has been reported from. So to just give you a quick background, this was a high-rise residential society in Ghaziabad where this woman for some reason gets very agitated and starts to throw blows with the stick on this man, clearly who's elderly, who can be seen, an old man and above 70 years of age, and the argument was over feeding stray dogs. Now, we are being told that it appears that the man asked the woman to feed the dogs elsewhere, somewhere else. From this initial information coming in, that he asked her to feed the stray dogs somewhere else. This is near the Crossing Republic area in Ghaziabad. The video, as is someone was recording on the mobile phone, quickly went viral, and the identities have now been confirmed by the cops as well. Action has been taken. It was brought to the police's notice, and that is where the police official has also reacted. A complaint has been registered on information that was shared by the elderly after this video has gone viral. Further investigation is underway. All eyes will now today be on the Gyanvapi issue with regard to the Allahabad High Court that is set to deliver a verdict on the survey. Can the survey be conducted by the Archaeological Survey team in Gyanvapi mosque premises? It is a bench headed by Chief Justice Petitioner to deliver the verdict on a plea against a Varanasi district court order directing ASI to conduct a survey to determine if the Gyanvapi mosque is built on a temple. Now, ahead of the verdict, two new pleas have been filed by the Hindu side in Varanasi District Court and the Allahabad High Court seeking protection of Hindu signs and symbols in the premises. Petitions have been sought as well. Let's go across now to Vishnu Shankar Jain, who's the leading lawyer in this case. And what does he have to say to our colleague?
See, the basic grievance of the Anjuman Intizamiya before the Allahabad High Court was that if ASI survey is constructed, there will be damage to the structure, to which the director of the ASI has appeared in person, assistant director of the ASI has appeared in person before the Allahabad High Court, and he has clarified through his affidavit that without damaging the structure, this entire exercise can be completed. Apart from that, their second major objection was that this survey cannot be conducted at this stage, to which we have cited 10 judgments of different high courts where the view has been taken that commission under Order 26 Rule 10A can be issued at any stage. So I feel and I believe that we have been able to communicate our arguments before the Honorable High Court, and the Honorable Allahabad High Court will uphold the order of ASI survey passed by the District Court Varanasi.
The ASI survey is very required and important thing so far as the Gyanvapi area is concerned. So we are hoping for the best, and we think that Honorable High Court will give the order in our favor. But still, if the order will not come in our favor, we will definitely move to the Honorable Supreme Court. The evidence of in that particular premises of the Gyanvapi that is being destroyed by the Anjuman Intizamiya, that is defendant number 4. So to protect that particular evidence and to conduct the ASI survey without any hindrance, we have filed that particular application.
आज जो फैसला जो माननीय उच्च न्यायालय द्वारा आएगा वो इस ज्ञानवापी परिसर की दिशा और दशा दोनों तय करेगा। ये जो रिपोर्ट आएगी सर्वे का ASI का, ये बताएगा कि वो परिसर, उस परिसर का नेचर क्या है। न्यायालय भी ASI जांच सर्वे का हमारे पक्ष में फैसला देगा, क्योंकि ये फैसला, ये जो रिपोर्ट आएगा जांच के बाद, ये न्यायालय को दिशा और दशा और उस फैसले के निस्तारण में कि ये मंदिर है कि मस्जिद है, ये निस्तारित करने में माननीय न्यायालय को भी सुविधा होगी।
योगी आदित्यनाथ जी के बयान के साथ है विदेशी आक्रमणकारियों के क्रिमिनल, कम्युनल, क्रूर करतूत को करेक्ट करने का समय है, और जो विदेशी आक्रमणकारी हैं उनके क्रिमिनल, कम्युनल, क्रूर करतूत की जिम्मेदारी हिंदुस्तान के मुसलमानों की नहीं है, बल्कि उन विदेशी आक्रमणकारियों की है जिन्होंने कि तमाम ऐसे धार्मिक स्थलों को बेदर्दी और बेशर्मी के साथ ध्वस्त किया, लूटा। और इसलिए इसको करेक्ट करना की ज़रूरत है और समाज के सभी वर्गों को और ख़ासतौर से भारतीय मुसलमानों को इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ना चाहिए।
ज्ञानवापी मामले को लेकर के इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट में हिंदू और मुस्लिम पक्ष के बीच में सुनवाई हुई थी, लेकिन आज उसमें फैसला आना है। हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए हिंदू पक्ष के वकील अधिवक्ता विष्णु शंकर जैन है। आज की सुनवाई चूंकि लगातार 26-27 को हुई थी, आज फैसला आना है, आप क्या उम्मीद कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि कई दलीलें आपकी तरफ से रखी गई?
देखिए, अभी 10 बजे ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाईकोर्ट इसमें अपना फैसला सुनाने वाली है और हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का फैसला था उसको ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट अपहोल्ड करेगी। जो हमारे फैक्ट्स थे, हमारे तर्क थे, हमने कोर्ट के सामने रखे हैं और बेसिक बात यही है कि सर्वे से एएसआई ने भी कहा है स्ट्रक्चर को डैमेज नहीं होगा, इसलिए सर्वे होना चाहिए।
आपने एक बात और सामने रखी थी कि तमाम साक्ष्य वहां पर मौजूद हैं, लेकिन मुस्लिम पक्ष इस बात को कह रहा था कि ये एविडेंस क्रिएट करने के लिए कोर्ट इजाजत नहीं दे सकती। उस दलील में
गलत लॉ है, एकदम गलत लॉ है। अगर कोई राम मंदिर का जजमेंट पड़ेगा पैरा 555 से लेकर 661 तक, उसमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि एविडेंस इकट्ठा करने के लिए कमीशन जारी किया जा सकता है। साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन का जो कमीशन होता है, दैट्स एन एविडेंस इन दी सूट, और उसके बाद उस एविडेंस की फर्दर स्क्रूटनी की जाएगी कि वो एविडेंस सही है कि गलत है, एक्सपर्ट्स ने अपना काम सही से किया कि नहीं किया। मैं एक नॉर्मल सा उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं। अगर कोई फोर्ज डॉक्यूमेंट है तो कैसे पता चलेगा फोर्ज्ड है? हैंड राइटिंग एक्सपर्ट की ओपिनियन मंगानी पड़ेगी और उसके बाद उस ओपिनियन की फर्दर स्क्रूटनी होगी कि सही ओपिनियन दी है कि नहीं दी है। तो यहाँ पे वैसी ही एक कार्रवाई हो रही है।
आप क्या उम्मीद करते हैं, क्या आपको तुरंत राहत मिल सकती है या इसमें थोड़ा और समय लेकर के आगे तारीख?
मैं पूरी उम्मीद है मुझे, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट वाराणसी का फैसला है उसे अपहोल्ड करेगी और सर्वे का काम शुरू होगा।
बिल्कुल, जिस तरीके से पूरा मामला है कहीं ना कहीं महत्वपूर्ण है और आज की सुनवाई में साफ हो जाएगा कि क्या एएसआई का सर्वे होगा या नहीं। प्रयागराज से कैमरामैन रोहित के साथ अभिषेक मिश्रा, आज तक।
Alright, so the big news now coming in. We can tell you the time by which Gyanvapi verdict is set to be delivered. This will be at 10 a.m. The Allahabad High Court at 10 a.m. will tell us about the petitions that have been over the ASI survey team, but it is also the Supreme Court to decide the fate of the Gyanvapi survey shortly. We'll try and get you more details on what the Allahabad High Court. I correct myself, the Allahabad High Court is set to deliver the verdict at about 10 a.m. sharp, and that is going to be about with regard to the Varanasi survey. Why is this important? Remember, this is with regard to the Allahabad High Court order on Gyanvapi mosque survey that is expected. What does that mean? Remember, ASI survey was ordered by the Varanasi court on the 21st of July. It was based on a petition of 4 women. ASI had started the survey, but it was stayed within hours by the Supreme Court after the mosque committee approached it against the survey that was starting. The mosque committee had argued structure is over 1,000 years old, any digging will destabilize it. Hindu side said there are clear Hindu symbols of Trishul, Jyotirling and more, and it clearly proves that there is evidence that this was built on a temple. There needs to be action on it, at least a survey. Centre assured the Supreme Court survey will not alter the structure and not a brick is removed, nor is that planned. The court allowed the petitioners to approach Allahabad High Court to challenge the order. After the hearing for 2 days, on 26th and 27th July, the High Court reserved the judgment for today. And that is what we are expecting at about 10 a.m. when Allahabad High Court will tell us if the survey can happen. Basically, the verdict will be, can the Archaeological Survey team go into the mosque premises and record, whether it's videography, whether it's any sort of that the evidence that they're allowed by scientific evidence that they can get in this. And that will be very crucial because that, remember, can be quoted by either side to then appeal to the Supreme Court about what needs to be done in the Gyanvapi Kashi Vishwanath temple case. So this is important. Remember, one, this is Varanasi. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's constituency as well. There has been a lot of focus. The Gyanvapi mosque, as there have been historical mentions, legends that it was one of the several mosques that many believe were built on the ruins of a Hindu temple. And besides Ayodhya and Mathura, this has now become a big issue. It is as political as well. Why has Gyanvapi come back into the headlines? That's because Gyanvapi, specifically in 2021, I remember after a group of women had approached a court, in a district court in Varanasi, for permission to worship the Hindu deities. that have been there in the premises which comes under the Gyanvapi mosque. So Hindu deities coming under the premises of the Gyanvapi mosque to be allowed on all days of the year, not just on select days, but on all days of the year to be allowed to worship. Then it's sent into legal issues one after another, moving to the Allahabad High Court, moving to the Supreme Court, from the District Court as well. So giving you all this information to help you understand, because there are different cases that are running in the courts over Varanasi and over the Gyanvapi premises. Joining me now is Abhishek Mishra, who's been reporting on this from day one since this whole issue really surfaced. Abhishek, over to you now. 10 a.m. that big verdict could be expected, but how have the sides fought for it? Give us a brief background of the hearing that was done. Why does the Hindu side or the centre say that it's imperative that the survey needs to be done, and why does the Muslim side say let it not happen?
Well, absolutely, Pooja. It is very important that with the fact that, today we were expecting the verdict to be out in the second half, but it is been said that it will come just after 10 a.m. And since the decision was kept reserved on the 27th of July, where a lot of arguments happened between the Hindu side and Muslim side about the fact and the relevance and the importance of the ASI survey. And when spoken to the Vishnu Shankar Jain exclusively, where he has confirmed us that the hearing, that the verdict will be out very soon. And at the same time, he's very confident of the fact that whatever has been said by the Hindu side of the court regarding the relevance of this ASI survey, the fact which was primarily accessed by the commission report, and also how this whole complex is indeed a reflection of a temple, which is something which was a major argument by the Hindu side. But on the contrary, Muslim side was very optimistic that they will get some hold on it. That remains to be seen in the verdict, which will be out shortly, about the fact whether or not they have got any relief so far, or the SI survey, which was conducted for one day, will go ahead and will make a clear path for the Hindu side for their claim as far as the Shingar Gauri temple and the Gyanvapi complex is concerned. Yes.
All right, so this is big. This is about the survey to find if the temple existed under the mosque or not. In just a short while, we'll have clarity on the survey as on the verdict by the Allahabad High Court. Let's take a look at other big news also coming in, and this is with regard to what is expected now in the Gyanvapi premises. Remember, the matter has reached the court, and that is where the next step will be. All right, we have big news coming in. This is an FIR on 3 social media influencers for fanning the riots. There are 3 FIRs. The first information report that has been filed on a social media influencer, which is about, we are being told, analyzing videos with this is with regard to the Haryana violence that had erupted. Remember, social media has sadly played a very damaging role. Internet has been used to incite violence, to want to congregate people. This is both from the Hindu and the Muslim side. So if there was a video of Monu Manesar or a Bittu Bajrangi with provocations to call people, there was also a Muhammad Samar who asked the members of Muslim community to congregate. We are being told that 20 videos and the URLs, which are the links, have been identified. And a social media team of police has been set up, which is analyzing these videos. Remember, there has been an attack on the cyber police station as well, that our reporters have been talking about. Shreya Chatterjee gets us the latest on that. Shreya, why is there so much focus on social media? More on what is actually unfolded, that social media, these influencers, why is the police investigating more on that side?
Pooja, it was India Today's Open SIT which actually investigated that it was the social media videos which played a huge role in fanning the fire in Nuh that rocked on Monday. Now, we were India Today yesterday unraveled how where there was a Bittu Bajrangi, Monu Manesar, there was also a Muhammad Samar who was allegedly fanning the tension in Mewat, asking people to come together. These are provocative statements. Somewhere down the line, now the Nuh police has reacted to India Today's investigation. An entire department has now been set up, the social media team, which is right now analyzing all these videos. We are being told from top sources in New Police that there is at least 10 to 20 such URLs that have been identified. These are being analyzed, and on the basis of this, there will be more FIRs that will be filed. 3 FIRs have already been filed against social media influencers. There are more to come. What we are likely looking forward is arrests of these social media influencers, which is all likely to happen in the coming few days. Because right now, the new police has started its crackdown against social media influencers who are behind fanning the fire in New.
That's terrible in the manner in which a reminder and sometimes perhaps an understanding of what and why the internet is also facing a clampdown in some areas when the situation gets very sensitive. The rumor mongering that can result in what you see on your screens. Shreya, keep tracking the latest. Thank you very much for now. As this big news continues to be with us and Shreya Chatterjee is giving us the latest, remember we are talking about, and I want to give you the details, and Shreya, if you are still with me, we're talking about 20 video URL links, which means links about how and who started the provocations on social media. Remember, it happens very fast, whether it's WhatsApp, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. These are some of the popular social media sites that are used to send out messages. You're looking at 2 videos on your screen, look carefully. One man in the eye of the storm is a Bittu Bajrangi who put out some provocative comments while live streaming. On the other is Mohammad Samar. This Mohammad Samar said there is an event, a protest happening in Mewat, and entire Mewat is expected to be there. You should also come. This in many ways appealing members of the Muslim community to congregate when referring to the Shobha Yatra and also the clashes that started soon after. You're looking at Bittu Bajrangi's face there, who live streamed some of the comments, and he's still unapologetic about. Irrespective of which community does any of these men belong to, law and order needs to prevail. An example will have to be set. You cannot use, whether it's social media or lead to arson or violence on the streets. We're talking about border right next to country's capital. There were fire incidents reported in Gurugram and also in Mewat. So take a look at this report now, specifically on how Newstrack we revealed precisely with this investigation of part 2. Social media used to fan the fire, ask people to congregate, and that led to brutal communal clashes from Mewat to Gurugram.
Six dead, countless injured, over 100 vehicles reduced to burnt shells, a police station smashed, shops looted, and a national capital territory on edge. It's day 4 since the communal eruption at Delhi's doorstep in Haryana's Mewat region. And until now, the true trigger has been a matter of speculation. Not anymore. A provocative call concealed in an invitation to the Bajrang Dal's annual religious yatra. The provocation instantly triggering a response from the Muslim local in Nuh named Mohammad Samar. If there can be 2 faces to what triggered the horrors in Mewat, take a close look at these 2 men. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. But on India Today, we want to peel away the layers to tell you how things really started. The first seeds were planted in a cyber fraud case in Faridabad a few days ago. Tension escalated when a Muslim man from Nuh, a minority-dominated part of Haryana, who had been arrested in a cyber fraud case, passed away while in police custody at a hospital in Faridabad. Police claimed the suspect was ill at the time of arrest. In came Bittu Bajrangi and his supporters, who claimed local Muslim leaders in Nuh were provoking crowds to attack the police in the aftermath of the alleged custodial death. Local anger against the cyber crackdown had been building. with Nu emerging as a new epicenter of online scams and cyber crimes. The situation was ripe for trouble.
हम डीसी के माध्यम से सरकार से ये मांग करते हैं आफ्ताब और जाबिर घाटमिका उनके खिलाफ राजद्रोह का मुकदमा और जो दंगा भड़काने की जो उन्होंने बात की कोशिश करी, इस सभी को लेकर हम फैजाबाद पुलिस और राज्य पुलिस के साथ हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
Bajrangi even circulated this viral video where a man can be seen calling locals to assault the police. Right after this, open calls were made on social media by Monu Manesar, an accused in the murder of two alleged cow smugglers from the locality. As well as by Bittu Bajrangi to participate in this year's upcoming annual Shobha Yatra passing through Mewat. Mohammad Samar was playing his own part in counter-provocations and organizing groups in Nu in preparations for violence. Samar has deactivated his social media since the crackdown on the villains this week.
और ये बोलेंगे कि बताया नहीं कि हम मुलाकात नहीं हुई, तो इसलिए हम पूरी लोकेशन देंगे। अभी हम पाली हैं और निकलेंगे धौस से ही। फूल माला तैयार रखना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये बोलते हैं ना कि बताना नहीं, निकल गए जी, बताया नहीं, पूछा। 150 गाड़ियाँ फुल सिस्टम।
On the fateful day of Yatra, Bajrangi posted multiple live streams with more provocative messaging on his way to Mewat. What happened next was no longer limited to a social media showdown or a cyber fraud investigation.
You can look at the bus. There are bricks lying down. People have somewhere down the line fled while this bus was looted, and subsequently then this bus was used by the miscreants to break the wall of the cyber police station. The manner in which the cyber police station has been destroyed, it stands testimony that this was nothing less than a revenge.
This social media build-up was not happening covertly. It was in full public view and would have raised an alarm on police systems. So how did this very public and communally charged build-up evade the attention of law enforcement? And could timely intervention against those challenging the authority of law have potentially saved lives? With Arvind Ocha and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now and signing off, but stay tuned because right after a very short break, we take you to Varanasi and specifically where Allahabad High Court is set to announce its verdict on the survey. Will the survey happen specifically to find out if the mosque was built on a temple? Big news coming up right after a short break. Stay tuned. Thank you very much for watching.
That part of the softness, weakness that you are seeing in some markets is also to do with peak digital being crossed that we saw post-COVID. Is it due to that, or is it due to what's happening in the broader economy in some of the markets that we just spoke about?
Yeah, very good question, Siddharth. So I think from my perspective, I would share some data points. One is globally, we are at about 1.1 billion 5G subscribers, which in my view has to get to 5 billion subscribers in the next, 4 to 5 years. So clearly, multi-fold growth on 5G subscription has to happen. That will only happen when all our towers globally, at least 70 to 80% of them are connected on optical fiber. In India, for example, we are still at only 35% of our towers are backward on fiber, which clearly has to go to 70-80%. So I think that's The second part is there's still majority of the tier 1 countries, including US, Germany, of course, India, Australia. Many of these countries have only 30 to 40% of the homes connected on fiber. And so that's the second shift that will clearly happen. And third is clearly a massive explosion of data centers, not only in India, but globally, that we will continue to see, both in terms of large data centers as well as edge data centers. So we continue to be quite bullish in terms of next 5 to 7 years. And the last part is tier 1, governments putting in large investments to connect the unconnected, which has also got accelerated by COVID. So when we look at all of these, targets, we clearly are confident that next 5 to 7 years, there'll be strong demand for the optical fiber.
What about India? I just want you to expand on that, because on one hand, we are seeing broadband, wired broadband expand slowly. Wireless broadband is obviously the bulk of the market, but if you move away from the top tier cities, when it comes to rural India, it's still a bit patchy despite BharatNet. How would you describe the scenario going forward as far as India getting connected with good backhaul networks?
Yeah, I think I would categorically say this is a top priority both for telecom operators, independent internet service providers like ACT, Fastway, etc., and equally for the government. There's, making sure that BharatNet gets executed at scale, as well as the network itself gets utilized, is a top priority for the government, which I think is right on the button. I think we still continue to face challenges in terms of execution on the ground because of right-of-way permits, getting forest clearance, getting railway clearance. These are the things which typically hinder the speed of execution. So that I'm confident with the efforts of Department of Telecom and the Ministry. There's a lot of work going on between center and state to simplify the approval process, and which will then further accelerate the deployment.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the South. Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in new riots. FIR on 3 social media influencers for finding riots. 20 hate video links traced for fomenting riots. Allahabad High Court to announce verdict on Gyanvapi survey shortly. Survey to find out whether temple exists under mosque. India Today tracks down the man who triggered fiery chain reaction in New. Unapologetic Bajrangi Bittu live streamed provocations. Another Siddaramaiah government versus BJP face-off. Argas burnt and black jibe at Kharge. Likens Congress chief to burnt man. Congress calls it anti-Dalit. Fresh trouble for BJP MP Brij Bhushan. Green Court orders probe against Brij Bhushan in illegal sand mining case. News coming in right now from Maharashtra. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has said that he will ask the state DGP to create an SOP on love jihad. The Maharashtra government is studying love jihad laws in other states and is looking into which provisions should be implemented in Maharashtra. Fadnavis, in fact, has said that he will ask the DGP to create an SOP on love jihad, while, of course, the government studies love jihad laws in other states and looks at provisions implemented
in other states that could possibly be in fact duplicated in Maharashtra. In fact, this was yesterday when the Deputy Chief Minister, also the Home Minister of the state, said this while speaking in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. He said he will speak to the DGP. Now, this procedure, in fact, he said, will help in dealing with cases when interreligious marriage or courtship under a false pretext is followed by religious conversion. Mustafa Sheikh is joining us over the phone line right now. Mustafa, tell us, what has the Deputy Chief Minister of the state said?
Well, the point of information was raised by an MLA saying that there are many marriages which are happening in which there are religious conversions which are taking place, and in some places it is happening under force or pressure. So on these, Devendra Fadnavis, is also the Home Minister of Maharashtra, has said that he will inform the the Director General of Police Maharashtra to form a standard operating procedure to understand these cases and to have sensitivity on these cases, so that in time such marriages and such forceful religious conversions can be stopped. And this is a temporary solution that Devendra Fadnavis has said, that Maharashtra is looking at love jihad laws which are being already enforced in other states. He will study which aspects of those laws have to be included in Maharashtra, and then a law on love jihad will come out. But till then, standard operating procedures is something which the Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis has spoken about. He is speaking with the DGP to form these SOPs to deal with concerns of love jihad and forceful conversions. Back to you.
Okay, Mustafa, thank you for joining us with all of those details. Now, shifting focus to Uttar Pradesh, the Gyanvapi verdict is expected at 10 a.m. this morning by the Allahabad High Court. The High Court will decide the fate of Gyanvapi's survey shortly. The survey is to find if a temple existed under the mosque premises. So that big verdict is expected at 10 a.m. this morning shortly. It is to be pronounced by the Allahabad High Court. This is a verdict on the survey of the Gyanvapi premises, a survey to determine if indeed a temple existed under the current mosque premises. So this is going to have huge ramifications. This verdict is highly anticipated and is expected to be pronounced by the Allahabad High Court shortly. Remember that this has been an ongoing dispute for a while now, when of course 5 Hindu devotee women moved the court in order to pray at the Gyanvapi temple premises. They said that there was a shivling-like structure, in fact, inside the mosque, and but the Supreme Court had rejected carbon dating of the shivling. But the Varanasi court, of course, allowed for an ASI survey to be conducted. That survey was conducted by the Archaeological Survey of India. But today, of course, the Allahabad High Court will in fact pronounce whether a survey in fact can go on to find if indeed there was a temple under the mosque premises. Let's listen into this report filed by my colleague Abhishek Mishra.
For the Gyanvapi case, where the Allahabad High Court will shortly deliver its verdict on the ASI survey. The hearing will begin after 10 a.m. in the morning, and it is being said that this verdict will make a clear vision as far as the ASI survey will stand or not is concerned. Although the Muslim side is very keen on a hold on this survey for now, but the Hindu side is very optimistic that they will get the clearance on the kind of evidences and the arguments they have made in the court on the 26th and the 27th of July at the Allahabad High Court. But with one-day survey which was already conducted and the arguments made by the Hindu side, it looks like that this development will certainly have a direct implication on the Gyanvapi future, which has become a major case in Uttar Pradesh. But with the fact that how the Gyanvapi survey and also the ASI, which has now got involved today, Allahabad High Court will make a clear verdict on whether or not the ASI survey
compliance में लिखित एफिडेविट दिया गया जी, उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में सर्वे किया जाए। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कहा कि जब एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया है तो कोई मतलब नहीं है उसको डाउट करने का, और जो एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया उसके कंप्लायंस में ये पूरा सर्वे किया जाए। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का फैसला तत्काल प्रभाव से प्रभावी हो चुका है, ये भी आदेश में हुआ। और सिविल सूट जल्दी से जल्दी डिसाइड किया जाए, इसमें कोई एडजर्नमेंट ना हो, ये भी कोर्ट ने आदेश पारित नहीं, कोई समय सीमा नहीं किया है। आज से डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर प्रभावी होगा।
कोई विशेष टिप्पणी करी जो
हाईकोर्ट ने ये कहा कि जितने हमने केस लॉज दिखाए थे, लीगल पोजीशन यही है कि एएसआई सर्वे किसी भी स्टेज पे हो सकता है। और जैसे कि आज मुस्लिम पक्ष का बराबर आर्गुमेंट था कि एएसआई सर्वे स्टेज पे नहीं हो सकता है, उस आर्गुमेंट को भी कोर्ट ने खारिज किया। और हमारे जितने तर्क थे, कंटेंशंस थे, सारे आर्गुमेंट्स को कोर्ट ने इन टोटो माना है और कहा एएसआई सर्वे से किसी को कोई नुकसान नहीं होने वाला।
किस क्षण से शुरू हो जाएगा?
आज से शुरू हो सकता है, क्योंकि आज से डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर प्रभावी है। देखिए, एएसआई ने अपने एफिडेविट में क्लियर किया है कि जो खुदाई की बात है वो आउटर एरिया में स्ट्रक्चर के अंदर खुदाई की कोई बात नहीं है, और अगर वो खुदाई करेंगे भी तो कोर्ट से परमिशन लेके करेंगे। ये एएसआई का एफिडेविट था।
मतलब मुस्लिम कितनी बड़ी जीत मान रहे हैं?
मुस्लिम पक्षी याचिका खारिज।
अच्छा, कोई डेडलाइन दिया है कि कब से शुरू हो जाएगा?
नहीं, उन्होंने ये कहा है डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर प्रभावी हो गया है, तो अब सर्वे इमीडिएटली शुरू हो।
यानी प्रशासन के ऊपर निर्भर है और एएसआई के ऊपर।
जी बिल्कुल। देखिए, बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट फैसला था, बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट फैसला था, क्योंकि जो अंजुमन इंतजामिया का केस था कि भाई एएसआई सर्वे से स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज हो जाएगा, उस सारे आर्गुमेंट को कोर्ट ने सिरे से रिजेक्ट कर दिया है। और कोर्ट ने उनकी जो पिटीशन थी 227 की, उसको रिजेक्ट कर दी है। तो आज का इम्पैक्ट ये है कि एएसआई सर्वे तत्काल प्रभाव से चालू हो सकता है।
लगता है आपको कि आगे के लिए जो मार्ग है वो प्रशस्त हो गया? आपको लगता है?
बिल्कुल, आगे के लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त हो गया है, क्योंकि अंजुमन इंतजामिया का आर्गुमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट में यही था कि हमें हाई कोर्ट जाने का मौका नहीं मिला। तो हाई कोर्ट ने उनको पूरा सुना और सुनने के बाद जो उनकी एप्लीकेशन थी, उनकी पिटीशन थी, उसको रिजेक्ट कर दिया। और साथ ही साथ जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का फैसला था उसको तत्काल प्रभाव से प्रभावी कर दिया। जितने भी इंटरिम ऑर्डर थे स्टे के, सारे स्टे ऑर्डर वेकेट कर दिए। नहीं, एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया था क्लियर टर्म्स में कि बिना क्षति पहुंचाई हुए हम सर्वे करेंगे। तो आज वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएगा, हम भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रहेंगे। अगर वो जाएंगे तो जाएंगे, तो हम भी रहेंगे।
और ये जो सप्लीमेंट्री,
हम भी अपनी बात सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रखेंगे। देखिए, कोई आदमी किसी पक्षकार को कोर्ट जाने से नहीं रोक सकता है, ये उनका राइट है, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाए, हम भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मौजूद रहेंगे। पर जो इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट का आज फैसला आया है, इसमें बहुत क्लियर टर्म्स में कह दिया है कि स्ट्रक्चर को कोई डैमेज नहीं होने वाला है। उनका जो सबसे मेजर आर्गुमेंट था कि स्ट्रक्चर डैमेज होगा, वो एएसआई भी कह चुकी है और इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने आज उसमें मोहर लगाई।
तो आप देखिए, यहाँ पर इस वक्त की ये बड़ी खबर है, एएसआई सर्वे।
So that's the big news that's coming in right now from the Allahabad High Court. The Allahabad High Court has dismissed the Muslim side's plea and has given a go-ahead for the Archaeological Survey of India survey at the Gyanvapi site. Abhishek Mishra is joining us for more on this. Abhishek, tell us what the court said.
It's a big development that the High Court has given a clear indication and clear verdict that the order of the district court.
Heading across live to Vishnu Shankar Jain, listen in.
बिलीव करने का कोई मतलब नहीं बनता है, और एएसआई ने जो एफिडेविट फाइल किया उसके टर्म्स में सर्वे हो।
शुरू से आप लगे हुए हैं, कैसे देखते हैं इसके उसको फर्दर प्रोसीडिंग किस तरह से होगी?
देखिए, मुझे लगता है सर्वे शुरू होना चाहिए और जो भी बात है, सच या झूठ जो भी है, वो कोर्ट के सामने आना चाहिए।
मिला के माना जाए सेशन कोर्ट जो बनारस में हुआ था वो सेम जो है वो लागू होगा आपसे?
सेशन कोर्ट का ऑर्डर इन टोटो अपहोल्ड कर दिया है ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने, और ये भी लिखा है कि सेशन कोर्ट का ऑर्डर तत्काल प्रभाव से प्रभावी है।
मेरे साथ
Lawyer for the Hindu side has to say the Allahabad High Court has dismissed Anjuman Intizamiya Masjid Committee's challenge to the Varanasi District Court judge's order on the ASI survey. Harishankar Jain is joining us over the phone line right now. Sir, किस तरह से देखते हैं इस ऑर्डर को? कोर्ट ने ASI सर्वे के लिए अनुमति दे दी है। Okay, we'll try and reconnect with Mr. Jain. At the moment, what we do know is that the court has dismissed the Masjid Committee's challenge to the Varanasi District Court judge's order for an ASI survey. So now an ASI survey can happen. Abhishek Mishra is joining us over the phone line. Abhishek, tell us more about what the court said.
Well, absolutely, Pulam, it's a big development that the survey will continue for now. The Allahabad High Court has given a clear right. विष्णु जी, क्या लगता है कितना महत्वपूर्ण आज का ये फैसला है?
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैसला है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैसला है, क्योंकि जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर था उसको इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने अपहोल्ड कर दिया है और अब एएसआई सर्वे तत्काल प्रभाव से चालू होगा।
क्या इसको लेकर के आप पहले से उम्मीद लगा रहे थे? क्या कुछ और कहा गया कोर्ट की तरफ से?
कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि सिविल सूट जल्दी से जल्दी डिसाइड हो, कोई उसमें एडजमेंट डाले, और जो जितने मुस्लिम पक्ष के आर्गुमेंट से सारे आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट किए और मेरे हर एक सबमिशन को ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने माना है कि सर्वे किसी भी स्टेज पे हो सकता है।
आपको लगता है कि आज ही से शुरू कर दिया जाए?
बिल्कुल शुरू होना चाहिए, बिल्कुल शुरू होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, साफ तौर पर एक बड़ी जीत के तौर पर माना जा रहा है। विष्णु शंकर जैन ने खास तौर पर बात की और कहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं इससे साफ हो जाता है कि सर्वे का रास्ता क्लियर है और अब वाराणसी हाई कोर्ट का जो फैसला है उसके तहत एएसआई का सर्वे ज्ञानवापी परिसर में जारी रहेगा। प्रयागराज से कैमरामैन रोहित के साथ अभिषेक मिश्रा, आज तक।
Abhishek is joining us live at the moment. Abhishek, tell us more about what the court has said. And you, of course, just spoke with Vishnu Shankar Jain as well. The Hindu side, of course, jubilant over this win from the Allahabad High Court.
Well, absolutely, Paulumi. That's a big development in the Gyanvapi hearing, which was happened on the 27th of July. The court has given a clear order that the order of the Varanasi district court will continue, will resume. And that means that the ASI survey can immediately start at the Gyanvapi complex. We've spoken to Vishnu Shankar Jain and he's clearly saying that every argument of the Muslim side was rejected by the Allahabad High Court and they have upheld the order passed by the Varanasi court. Now, that's a very big development because all these claims which were made by the Hindu side about the references, the significance, the structure, and the whatever has been found in the primary investigation will now go ahead. And one thing we need to be very clear about, that the ASI has already conducted this exercise for 1 day, and when the Muslim side went to the Supreme Court demanding a relief for a while, then the Supreme Court.
Abhishek, just on, Harishankar Jain is joining us over the phone line right now. Mr. Jain, किस तरह से देखते हैं इस ऑर्डर को? इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने एएसआई सर्वे कंडक्ट करने की अनुमति दे दी है।
देखिए, हिंदू पक्ष का जो कहना था और जो हम लोग का सबमिशन था वो हाई कोर्ट ने माना है
जी, और
उसके पीछे जितने तर्क दिए थे, जो फैसला दिए थे, वो सब ने कोर्ट ने माना कि सही है, वो लागू होते हैं और एएसआई सर्वे से किसी को नुकसान नहीं है। एएसआई सर्वे साबित करने के लिए कि वहाँ मौके पर क्या मौजूद है, जरूरी है कि सर्वे किया जाए। इसलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा है कि जो एएसआई ने हलफनामा दिया है अफिडेविट, उसके हिसाब से वो सर्वे करे।
तो ये जो किस तरह से ये सर्वे कब शुरू हो सकता है सर?
अब ये तो मैं अभी नहीं बता सकता हूँ कब शुरू होगा, और अगर एएसआई ये चाहे तो तुरंत शुरू कर सकती है, उसमें कोई देर की जरूरत नहीं है,
तुरंत शुरू कर सकती है। और जो ये एएसआई, जो कुछ लोगों की एप्रीहेंशंस थे कि कुछ क्षति पहुंच सकती है उस प्रेमिसेस को, किस तरह से एएसआई सर्वे कंडक्ट करेगी?
वो भ्रम मुसलमानों ने फैलाया है बेवजह का। मुस्लिम पक्ष की दलील बेकार है, कोई नुकसान नहीं होने जा रहा है, बिल्डिंग जैसे वैसे ही जाएगी, कोई नुकसान नहीं होने जा रहा है।
तो ये सर्वे किस तरह से कंडक्ट किया जाएगा सर? ये सर्वे किस तरह से किया जाएगा?
अब ये तो ऐसा ही बताएगा, मैं तो दे नहीं सकता हूँ, और ऐसा ही अपने हिसाब से करेंगे, उनको जो भी चीज करना होगा। तो सर्वे होने जा रहा है और सर्वे होने के बाद सच्चाई सामने आएगी।
जी, Harishankar ji, shukriya हमसे बात करने के लिए. So that is of course the Hindu side lawyer Harishankar Jain, who says that the truth will be revealed after the survey is conducted, and the ASI will not be in any way harming the premises in the excavation work that it does, and if it does any such digging work, as Vishnu Shankar Jain was saying over there, it's said in the affidavit it will seek permission for the same as well, and it will all be in the outer periphery of the premises. So a big win there as far as the Hindu side's argument has been concerned in terms of conducting this survey is concerned. Abhishek Mishra, my colleague, is joining us live from Allahabad also. My colleague Kanu Sharda joining us as well. Abhishek, I'll quickly come across to you. What was Vishnu Shankar Jain telling you in terms of when this survey can be conducted? Okay, let's listen in to the Deputy Chief Minister of the state of UP.
विचाराधीन है और जो भी निर्णय आएगा, जब भी आएगा, उसका हम स्वागत करेंगे.
This is of course what the Deputy Chief Minister had to say earlier. The decision has come. The Allahabad High Court has said that a survey can be conducted. Abhishek Mishra, my colleague, is joining me live right now. Abhishek, when can the survey be conducted?
Well, Polomi, now that remains to be seen because the Allahabad High Court has given a clear order that the order of the Varanasi court will continue. Now, we are expecting that this could possibly begin today as well because Vishnu Shankar Jain has exclusively spoken to us and he has said that with immediate effect. That means if the ASI is prepared, the team is already, if they're at the city, then this can resume from today itself. And one thing is also been very clear that every argument of the Muslim side, be it about, getting the evidences through court or having a stake of as far as this survey, whether or not it is required at the moment is concerned. And all those arguments were clearly rejected by the Allahabad High Court and a clear one-liner order that the order of the district court will resume, will continue. So a very clear path. It's a big relief for the Hindu side, which has been constantly saying in the court, outside the court, that they have the evidences and the commission report and everything which has been submitted to the court as the substantial evidence is a clear indication that this survey should continue. And now ASI, because you remember during the High Court hearing, the ASI has to prove the methodology. They even spoke about how much harm or not will be done to the physical structure of the Gyanvapi complex. There were also arguments about the fact whether or not there will be a situation of law and order. So that all has been taken into consideration and the High Court has given a clear order that this survey will go ahead. It's a green flag. And now ASI will move towards the Gyanvapi complex with all those instruments, with the technique of the radar system and everything. They will now find whether or not what are the things which are inside and the references and the arguments and the evidences which the Hindu side has already presented in the court will get some support or not. Yes.
Right. Abhishek, stay on with us. Kanu Sharda is also joining us. Do we know anything about how the ASI is to conduct this survey, Kanu, from the affidavit that they've submitted? Okay, we seem to be having some network trouble. We'll try and fix that. But that is, of course, the order which is coming in this morning from the Allahabad High Court, where the court has permitted the Archaeological Survey of India to go ahead and conduct a survey at the Gyanvapi site in order to find if indeed there was a temple that existed under the mosque premises. This was, of course, resisted by the Muslim side. But today, of course, the Allahabad High Court has upheld the earlier verdict of Varanasi court. Ms. Sahu in fact, she was one of the petitioners in this case. She's joining us at the moment. आप किस तरह से इस जजमेंट को देखती है जो इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने आज एएसआई को परमिशन दे दी है कि वो आगे बढ़कर सर्वे कर सकते हैं ज्ञानवापी साइट की? आप किस तरह से देखती हैं इस जजमेंट को, मैम?
देखिए, मैं सभी को बहुत बधाई, सारे सनातनियों के लिए आज का दिन बहुत ही मंगलमय है, बहुत ही ये शुभ दिन है। जजमेंट हम लोग के पक्ष में आना था, ये हम लोग को पूरा विश्वास था, पूरा विश्वास था, क्योंकि सारा सच दिख भी रहा है सामने। ये तो उनके लिए है सर्वे जो ये बात मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि वो मंदिर है। उनके लिए ये करवाया जा रहा है कि भैया आप लोग भी देखो कि सच में वो मंदिर है। उस मंदिर को कितनी बार खंडित किया गया है, कितनी बार उसको तोड़-फोड़ की गई है, बनवाया गया है और उसपे कितनी बार अटकाइयों ने उसपे तोड़-फोड़ किया है। तो वो सर्वे जब होगा, सर्वे का आदेश आ गया है, सर्वे होगा तो जितने तथ्य छुपे हुए हैं वो सारे तथ्य सामने आ जाएंगे और दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। वैज्ञानिक पद्धति से जांच होगा तो जांच के जरिए सारे सच सामने आएंगे। तो
ये जो आप जो सारे सच की बात करती हैं, आप क्या उम्मीद रखती हैं कि इस सर्वे से क्या निकलकर सामने आएगा?
देखिए, उम्मीद तो मुझे यहाँ तक है कि उसमें मुझे लगता है शिवलिंग भी निकलेगा, शिवलिंग निकलेगा। साथ में बहुत सी खंडित मूर्तियां हैं जिन्हें तोड़ के उसके अंदर ही दफन कर दिया गया, वो खंडित मूर्तियां निकलेंगी। और जितने भी वो जैसे हमारे बाबा है, उनको बाबा फव्वारा कहा जा रहा है, नीचे बहुत ही बड़े शिवलिंग के उनका आकार है। तो नीचे अगर देखा जाएगा, एसआई जांच होगी तो वो अर्धा भी निकलेगा, साथ में और भी कई शिवलिंग निकल सकते हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। और खंडित मूर्तियां भी काफी प्रचुर मात्रा में निकलेगी।
जो आप ये चीजें मानती हैं कि खंडित मूर्तियां निकलेंगी, शिवलिंग भी निकलेगा, ये जानकारी आपको कहां से है मैम?
देखिए, इतिहास बहुत से दबा दिए गए, छुपा दिए गए हैं। फिर भी कितना भी कोशिश कर लिए जाए, सच को नहीं छुपाया जा सकता। तो छुपाने के बावजूद भी बहुत से सच है जो सामने आते हैं। मैंने बचपन से ये सुन रखा है। मैं इतिहास की विद्यार्थी भी रह चुकी हूँ और अपने जो कि मेरे पापा भी काफी इसमें इतिहास के बारे में जानते थे और जागरूक रहते थे, तो वो मुझे इसके बारे में बताते थे कि जितनी भी हमारी मूर्तियां मंदिरों को तोड़ा, जैसे द्वादश ज्योतिर्लिंगों में हमारे सोमनाथ थे, सोमनाथ को मंदिर को भी कई बार खंडित किया गया है। और साथ में जो ये बाबा विश्वनाथ जी हैं, मथुरा के मंदिरों को खंडित किया गया है, जो जन्मभूमि स्थान है कृष्ण जी की। अयोध्या का तो आप लोग जान ही रहे हो, वहाँ का भगवान राम की कृपा से वहाँ पे फैसला आ चुका और वहाँ भव्य मंदिर बनी रहा है। ऐसे बहुत से मंदिरें हैं जिनको ध्वस्त किया गया है, क्योंकि कितना भी सच को छुपाया जाए, वो सच सामने आ जाता है। और तो और, आप विश्वनाथ जी की अगर बात करेंगी तो आप मंदिर जाएंगी तो आप जब देखेंगी ना, तो वो आप कोई अंधा व्यक्ति को भी अगर वो दीवार जाके पश्चिमी दीवार को छुआया जाएगा ना, हाथ से वो टच करेगा, तो वो कह देगा कि ये मंदिर है, जो कि नागर शैली में बना हुआ ना जाने कितने सालों पुराना मंदिर है, वो बता देगा। तो वो तो देख के ही पता चलता है कि मंदिर है।
जी, सीता साहू जी, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए। That was Sita Sahu, one of the petitioners in the case. Today, of course, the Allahabad High Court has ordered an ASI survey at the Gyanvapi site. Kanu Sharda is joining us at the moment. Kanu, do we know anything from the ASI's affidavit as to what will be the methodology in terms of conducting this survey?
Yes, Polini, the affidavit which was submitted by ASI to the Allahabad High Court had categorically stated that ASI is an expert body of looking at these kind of things, and they know the technicalities of it. And today in the Allahabad High Court, what we are getting the news from our UP bureau that the ASI, if wants to do any excavation work at the Gyanvapi mosque, they need to seek permission from the court time to time. So very clearly, the ASI the allowance of ASI survey will have a clear picture as to and will put a thing on the ongoing dispute which is going on in between the Hindu side and the Muslim side over there. But on the same hand, another long round of litigation will begin, because what we are hearing from our sources, the Muslim side is going to challenge this very much.
Okay, we again seem to have some network trouble, but what Kanu was pointing out over there was crucial as well. She is hearing from her sources in the Muslim side, in fact, that there is a likelihood that they could challenge this order of the Allahabad High Court. But for the moment, of course, the Allahabad High Court has given the go-ahead for that ASI survey. Let's listen in to reactions that have been coming in.
Well, absolutely, Poulim, it's a big development that the survey will continue for now. The Allahabad High Court has given a clear right. विष्णु जी, क्या लगता है कितना महत्वपूर्ण आज का ये फैसला है?
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण फैसला है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैसला है, क्योंकि ये जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर था उसको इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने अपहोल्ड कर दिया है और अब एएसआई सर्वे तत्काल प्रभाव से चालू होगा।
क्या इसको लेकर के आप पहले से उम्मीद लगा रहे थे? क्या कुछ और कहा गया कोर्ट की तरफ से?
कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि सिविल सूट जल्दी से जल्दी डिसाइड हो, कोई उसमें एडजमेंट डाले, और जो जितने मुस्लिम पक्ष के आर्गुमेंट्स है सारे आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट किए और मेरे हर एक सबमिशन को ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने माना है कि सर्वे किसी भी स्टेज पे हो सकता है।
आपको लगता है कि आज ही से शुरू कर दिया जाए?
बिल्कुल शुरू होना चाहिए आज से।
टीम तैयार?
बिल्कुल शुरू होना चाहिए।
आज माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने जो एएसआई को सर्वे का आदेश दिया है उसका स्वागत करता हूं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि सर्वे के माध्यम से जो मुगल आक्रमणकारियों ने मंदिर का विध्वंस किया था और उसको छिपाया गया था वो सच बाहर आएगा। बाकी अभी मामला न्यायालय के समक्ष विचाराधीन है और जो भी निर्णय आएगा जब भी आएगा उसका हम स्वागत करेंगे।
Now, amid this legal war which has been going on, remember Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath gave a very big statement saying that the structure at Gyanvapi cannot be called a mosque. He, in fact, went on to ask what was a Trishul, a Jyotirling and statues of gods doing at the Gyanvapi structure if it was indeed a mosque. The Chief Minister advised the Muslim side then to accept its historical mistake and propose a solution. Listen in.
ज्ञानवापी काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर, आप पहले चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं जब जो अपने कार्यकाल में 100 बार आपने दर्शन किए हैं काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर। क्या ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद को लेकर प्रॉब्लम का कोई सोल्यूशन है?
देखिए, अगर हम उसको मस्जिद कहेंगे तो फिर विवाद होगा। हमें ज्ञानवापी बोल देना चाहिए। मुझे लगता है कि भगवान ने जिसको दृष्टि दी है वो देखे ना, त्रिशूल मस्जिद के अंदर क्या कर रहा है, ज्योतिर्लिंग हैं, देव प्रतिमाएं हैं, पूरी दीवारें चिल्ला चिल्ला के क्या कह रही हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये प्रस्ताव मुस्लिम समाज की तरफ से आना चाहिए कि साहब ऐतिहासिक गलती हुई है और उस गलती के लिए हम चाहते हैं समाधान हो।
Abhishek Mishra, my colleague, is now joining me live from the Allahabad High Court outside the premises. Abhishek, a historical mistake is what the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh had said it was and asked the Muslim side to propose a solution by itself. But we're already hearing that the Muslim side is likely to challenge this order from the Allahabad High Court.
Well, absolutely, Polumi, and this is what we are also expecting, that the Muslim side will now move to the Supreme Court to get an immediate relief on this order. But with the kind of arguments which were made earlier on the 26th and 27th of July during the hearing at the Allahabad High Court, the same arguments is what the Muslim side is, we expect that will be made in the Supreme Court. Challenging is one thing, but today when the High Court given this order, it made it very clear that the civil suit needs to be made sure parallelly, and on the other hand, the ASI exercise which was conducted for a day should go ahead, and that's a green signal as per the order of the Varanasi District Court. Now both these things are very clear indication that the Allahabad High Court did not find any reason to hold this survey immediately, and since it was already was done for a day, so today we are expecting that the team must be prepared for it, and any time by the end of the day will reach or will resume the work of the survey. But as far as the politics around is concerned and the reactions which are coming in are very clear, evident enough. You just heard what the Deputy Chief Minister has to say. He has welcomed this move, and CM Yogi Adityanath, who earlier spoke about it openly, that if there are some significant marks, there is a Trishul within the premises of the complex of Gyanvapi, what it signifies, and there should be a solution midway from both the sides. So this is what has been said by the Chief Minister. So it's very clear that be it the scientific survey or the about the civil suit and all these other pending aspect of this case will move towards the one direction, and the barrier of the ASI survey which was there is now been removed, and now the only relief the Muslim side can get is from the Supreme Court if Supreme Courts hold this for a while. But today, now the path is clear for the ASI survey with the radar penetration technique and all those techniques which will be required without damaging any physically to the complex or to any structure, is what the Hindu side has been saying. And now it's a green signal that the ASI survey will resume at the Gyanvapi complex in Varanasi. Yes.
Right. Abhishek, stay on with us. Let's listen in to what Vishnu Jain, who is representing the Hindu side in this matter, had to say.
देखिए, हिंदू पक्ष का जो कहना था और जो हम लोग का सबमिशन था वो हाईकोर्ट ने माना है
जी, और
उसके पीछे जितने तर्क दिए थे, जो फैसला दिए थे, वो सब कोर्ट ने माना कि सही है, वो लागू होते हैं। और ऐसा ही सर्वे से किसी को नुकसान नहीं है। एएसआई सर्वे साबित करने के लिए कि वहाँ मौके पर क्या मौजूद है, जरूरी है कि सर्वे किया जाए। इसलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा है कि जो एएसआई ने हलफनामा दिया है एफिडेविट, उसके हिसाब से वो सर्वे करे, और अगर एएसआई ये चाहे तो तुरंत शुरू कर सकती है, उसमें कोई देर की जरूरत नहीं है।
Right. Abhishek Mishra, my colleague, is joining us live from Allahabad. Abhishek, of course, the ASI will have to specify its methodology in the way that it is going to conduct this survey, because every time it is expected to, in fact, possibly go ahead and do an excavation. If any digging work is to be done, it will also have to seek permission every time to do so. So this has to be much more scientific in the way that it's conducted.
Well, yes, and indeed, the ASI has also given its, arguments, their stand in the court when the Allahabad High Court judge, asked for a clarification by the ASI what kind of techniques they are going to do, what will be the scope of this scientific investigation, what kind of approach will be utilized, what are the instruments, have they done such an exercise before, can they give any reference of video or photograph to substantiate their procedure, and all these arguments and all these, points have already been made at the Allahabad High Court during the hearing on 27 July. And based on that only, the Allahabad High Court had felt the need to go ahead with the ASI survey, because one thing is also very important, that the Muslim side was constantly saying that the court cannot permit this survey to provide or, initiate such evidences for the Hindu side. And on the other hand, Hindu side has been constantly saying that we are not utilizing the court order, but we have a primary investigation, we have the references, there are mythological references, and also the commission report. Remember, last year, during the May, when the commission report was filed by the commission, which was constituted by the district court, where was a survey which was conducted about the significance and the claims, then that also signifies the structure and the claimed Shivlinga by the Hindu side in the Vajukhana, which the Muslim side is constantly saying is a fountain. So that is also has become a major development in this case. But for now, it's a big relief for the Hindu side, because they were very keen for a green signal on this survey. But the only option with the Muslim side is to go on the Supreme Court, and if the Supreme Court will find a reason to listen to it and then give any important observation or verdict over it, that could change the course. But for now, it is very clear, because the Supreme Court has also said that go to the Allahabad High Court, make your arguments there, and then only we will look into this matter further. So the Allahabad High Court is very clear that the survey should continue. The decision of the Varanasi District Court will continue, and with immediate effect, without wasting any time, we are expecting that the ASI will resume this work of the survey with the techniques of the radar and the other scientific approaches which they have given the reference in the court. What we are expecting today, and that is something, a clear path for the Hindu side as far as this survey is concerned.
Okay,
Yes.
Abhishek, just stay on with us. Abhishek, of course, is live with us from Prayagraj at the moment, but let's listen in to Sita Sahu, one of the petitioners, the original petitioners in this case. We just spoke to her a short while ago after the verdict from the Allahabad High Court. आप किस तरह से इस जजमेंट को देखती है जो इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने आज एएसआई को परमिशन दे दी है कि वो आगे बढ़कर सर्वे कर सकते हैं ज्ञानवापी साइट की? आप किस तरह से देखती हैं इस जजमेंट को मैम?
देखिए, मैं सभी को बहुत बधाई, सारे सनातनियों के लिए आज का दिन बहुत ही मंगलमय है, बहुत ही ये शुभ दिन है। जजमेंट हम लोग के पक्ष में आना था, ये हम लोग को पूरा विश्वास था, पूरा विश्वास था, क्योंकि सारा सच दिख भी रहा है सामने। ये तो उनके लिए है सर्वे जो ये बात मानने को तैयार नहीं है कि वो मंदिर है। उनके लिए ये करवाया जा रहा है कि भैया आप लोग भी देखो कि सच में वो मंदिर है। उस मंदिर को कितनी बार खंडित किया गया है, कितनी बार उसको तोड़-फोड़ की गई है, बनवाया गया है, और उसमें कितनी बार अटकाइयों ने उसमें तोड़-फोड़ किया है। तो वो सर्वे जब होगा, सर्वे का आदेश आ गया है, सर्वे होगा तो जितने तथ्य छुपे हुए हैं वो सारे तथ्य सामने आ जाएंगे और दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। वैज्ञानिक पद्धति से जांच होगा तो जांच के जरिए सारे सच सामने आएंगे। तो
ये जो आप जो
कोई भी ये
सारे
नहीं
सच
बोल
की
पाएगा।
बात करती हैं, आप क्या उम्मीद रखती हैं कि इस सर्वे से क्या निकलकर सामने आएगा?
देखिए, उम्मीद तो मुझे यहाँ तक है कि उसमें मुझे लगता है शिवलिंग भी निकलेगा। शिवलिंग निकलेगा, साथ में बहुत सी खंडित मूर्तियां हैं जिन्हें तोड़ के उसके अंदर ही दफन कर दिया गया, वो खंडित मूर्तियां निकलेंगी। और जितने भी वो जैसे हमारे बाबा है, उनको बार बार फव्वारा कहा जा रहा है, नीचे बहुत ही बड़े शिवलिंग के उनका आकार है। तो नीचे अगर देखा जाएगा, एसआई जांच होगी तो वो अर्धा भी निकलेगा, साथ में और भी कई शिवलिंग निकल सकते हैं, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। और खंडित मूर्तियां भी काफी प्रचुर मात्रा में निकलेगी।
जो आप ये चीजें मानती हैं कि खंडित मूर्तियां निकलेंगी, शिवलिंग भी निकलेगा, ये जानकारी आपको कहां से है मैम?
देखिए, इतिहास बहुत से दबा दिए गए, छुपा दिए गए, फिर भी कितना भी कोशिश कर लिए जाए, सच को नहीं छुपाया जा सकता। तो छुपाने के बावजूद भी बहुत से सच है जो सामने आते हैं। मैंने बचपन से ये सुन रखा है, मैं इतिहास की विद्यार्थी भी रह चुकी हूँ और अपने जो कि मेरे पापा भी काफी इसमें इतिहास के बारे में जानते थे और जागरूक रहते थे, तो वो मुझे इसके बारे में बताते थे कि जितनी भी हमारी मूर्तियां मंदिरों को तोड़ा, जैसे द्वादश ज्योतिर्लिंगों में हमारे सोमनाथ थे, सोमनाथ को मंदिर को भी कई बार खंडित किया गया है। और साथ में जो ये बाबा विश्वनाथ जी हैं, मथुरा के मंदिरों को खंडित किया गया है, जो जन्मभूमि स्थान है कृष्ण जी की। अयोध्या का तो आप लोग जान ही रहे हो, वहाँ का भगवान राम की कृपा से वहाँ पे फैसला आ चुका और वहाँ भव्य मंदिर बनी रहा है। ऐसे बहुत से मंदिरें हैं जिनको ध्वस्त किया गया है, क्योंकि कितना भी सच को छुपाया जाए वो सच सामने आ जाता है। और तो और, आप विश्वनाथ जी की अगर बात करेंगी तो आप मंदिर जाएंगी तो आप जब देखेंगी ना, तो वो आप कोई अंधा व्यक्ति को भी अगर वो दीवार जाके पश्चिमी दीवार को छुआया जाएगा ना, हाथ से वो टच करेगा, तो वो कह देगा कि ये मंदिर है, जो कि नागर शैली में बना हुआ ना जाने कितने सालों पुराना मंदिर है, वो बता देगा। तो वो तो देख के ही पता चलता है कि मंदिर है।
My colleague Abhishek Mishra is still live with us from Prayagraj. Abhishek, as far as the ASI survey is concerned, from which point does it resume now? What was done so far?
Well, Polumi, one thing I would like to clarify that, this survey was conducted for a day, and that day primarily a Reiki, or you can say a methodology decision was taken. Only some photographs and videography was done on day one. They were taking the measurements. They also took the measurements of the complex, what all needs to be done. That was a very primary investigation which was done in the scientific survey by the SI on day one. And immediately after that, because the Muslim side has moved to the Supreme Court back then, and
Abhishek, just hold on for a moment over there. Firangi Mahali is speaking. Let's listen in.
Overseas raise up now. English. Allahabad High Court has allowed the Archaeological Survey of India to conduct a survey of Gyanvapi mosque complex in Banaras and has as you all know that on the July 21, the Varanasi court has ordered for an ASI survey of Gyanvapi mosque, and against this order the Muslim side has appealed before the Honorable Supreme Court on July 24th. Honorable Supreme Court has directed that there should not be any survey till July 26, and also directed the parties to go before the Allahabad High Court. So we have filed the petition before the Allahabad High Court. And today Allahabad High Court has ordered ASI survey, and we are hopeful that justice will be done, as this masjid is around 600 years old, and Muslims are offering namaz there from last 600 years. And we also want that the Places of Worship Act should be enforced all over India on all the places of worship, so that no another controversy can be raised as far as places of worship are concerned.
Will the Muslim side go to the Supreme Court to challenge this order of High Court?
Yes, I think that the Muslim side has the option to appeal against this order before the Supreme Court, and this option will be thought about.
Firstly, the application was Muslim side application was rejected by the district court, now by the High Court. So, how do you see that could be any relief from the Supreme Court? Because other sides are saying that Muslim side should accept the fact because there were findings of Trishul and other objects in the complex of Gyanvapi.
We are of the opinion that we will fight this case legally in the courts, and we want that this issue must be decided by the Honorable Court, and we all have to abide whatever the final verdict of the court would be.
So that is, of course, what the Muslim side has to say, that they do have the option to approach the apex court against this verdict of the Allahabad High Court, and they're definitely exploring that option at the moment. Abhishek Mishra continues to be live with us. Abhishek, you were giving a sense of what the ASI has done so far in the one day that it visited the complex site and what it is expected to do now.
Yes, Polome. So as we were discussing about the fact that what was done on day one, primarily on that day, the ASI has only conducted a primary survey of the premises. They spoke, they decided about the methodology. They also took the measurements. There were some photographs and videography which was done for a primary look at the complex, which needs to be surveyed. But there were no digging happened. There were no any samples which were collected. Nothing of that sort could be done on that day because the order from the Supreme Court by 11:30 had came that day when the Muslim side got a relief of an immediate hold on the survey. So that was the only development which could happen on that day. But now, since there is a green signal from the Allahabad High Court, we are expecting that the ASI must be very well prepared with their methodology.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल यह फैसला हम लोग के लिए एक टर्निंग पॉइंट है, हिंदू समाज के लिए टर्निंग पॉइंट है और 100 करोड़ हिंदुओं के लिए टर्निंग पॉइंट है, मंदिर समर्थकों के लिए और जो है सभी सनातन धर्मियों के लिए टर्निंग पॉइंट है। यह फैसला आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में जिस तरह मुस्लिम समाज सर्वे को रुकवाने का प्रयास करें, यह कह रहा था कि हो सकता है हमारा जो है स्ट्रक्चर गिर जाए सर्वे से, जबकि सर्वे टीम अपना हलफनामा दायर करके यह प्रस्तुत की है कि हम तो उस स्ट्रक्चर को जो है स्वच्छ कि इसको मजबूत करने का प्रयास करते हैं, यह आरोप। और दूसरी चीज खुदाई का प्रश्न है, पश्चिमी दीवार में जो मलबा गिरा हुआ है उस पर सर्वे टीम यदि खुदाई करेगी तो प्रशासन से माननीय न्यायालय से अनुमति लेकर खुदाई करेगी, यह उन्होंने वहां पर। आप लोग आज करेंगे कल करेंगे? माननीय न्यायालय का जब भी आदेश हो गया है, प्रशासन हमें जब भी सहमति करेगी, हमारे वादी महिलाएं तैयार हैं, उनके अधिवक्ता तैयार हैं और ASI टीम यहीं पर उपस्थित है। हम हर पल हर क्षण हर तैयार हैं। लेकिन अभी कल तो फ्राइडे है, हम 39 साल से ज्ञानवापी उद्धार का संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, 29 साल से मुकदमा कर रहे हैं माननीय न्यायालय में, और तो और 39 साल पहले हमारा एक नारा था कि ज्ञानवापी नंदी करे पुकार, भोले बाबा का हो उद्धार, और आज वह मार्ग प्रशस्त होते सनई सनई दिख रहा है। सत्य परेशान हो सकता है, पराजित नहीं। प्रत्यक्ष किन प्रमाणों पक्ष कह रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट का रुख करेंगे, उनके पास कानूनी विकल्प जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वो भी खुला। हाँ बिल्कुल 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 दिक्कत आएगी, इस अड़चन आएगी। हाँ, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल वह बिल्कुल कर सकते हैं, उनको अधिकार है, सबको अधिकार है इस देश में जो है सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाएं, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जो सच है वही तो होगा ना। जो सच्चाई हमारे संघ चक्र गदा त्रिशूल जो मिले हुए ओम और स्वास्तिक चिन्ह मिले हैं, हमारे जो है उमा महेश्वर की मूर्ति मिली है, और हमारे जो शिव जो मूर्तियां हैं शिव की, उनको छेनी हथौड़ी से जो तोड़े गए हैं, प्लास्टर ऑफ पेरिस से हमारे हिंदू साक्ष्यों को मिटाने का प्रयास हुआ है, हमारे देवी देवताओं को साक्ष्यों को मिटाने का प्रयास हुआ है, सारे के सारे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने माननीय हमारे अधिवक्ता माननीय पूज्य विष्णु शंकर जैन जी, हरिशंकर जैन जी सारे साक्ष्यों में रखेंगे, वहां भी हमारी जीत होगी। ठीक है, लेकिन जो सर्वे को लेकर रणनीति होगी, जो ब्लूप्रिंट होगा, वो तो आप लोग तैयार करेंगे ना कि कितने लोग अंदर जाएंगे, कितने घंटे के सर्वे होगा, कितने दिन पूरा करेंगे, कुछ रणनीति तैयार किया? हाँ बिल्कुल तैयार। माननीय न्यायालय के आदेश से केवल 4 अधिवक्ता, जो 4 वादी महिलाएं, उनके साथ 4 उनके अधिवक्ता ही रहेंगे और कोई भी नहीं। मैं स्वयं हिंदू। कितनी टीम रहेगी? ASI टीम 51 थी, शायद और बढ़ने के त्रिपाठी से मेरी बात हुई कि थोड़ा और जल्दी करिए और संख्या बढ़ाएंगे और मशीनें लेंगे। नहीं और बढ़ने की संभावना है, लेकिन ASI टीम है और यह डेट जो 4 तारीख जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट जा रहे हैं, हम भी कैबिनेट दाखिल करने के लिए जा रहे हैं। हमारे कहने का मतलब कि जो सत्य है वह सत्य ही रहेगा।
मतलब आज आप कैबिनेट दाखिल करेंगे?
बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल, हमारी पक्ष माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं सुना जाए, हम हर पल रहेंगे और सत्य की ही विजय होगी।
इस बीच बड़ी खबर यहाँ पर ये भी कि कल शुक्रवार है,
Okay, so that is what one of the petitioners in this case had to say. They are, of course, welcoming the verdict from the Allahabad High Court. I'm handing it over now to my colleague Pooja Shali, who's standing by in the newsroom to give us a sense of some of the symbols that have been seen around the complex, which convince the Hindu side that there indeed existed a temple under the mosque. Pooja, over to you.
So that's right. The Hindu side will primarily be banking on some of the very visible symbols that have been seen in the Gyanvapi mosque premises. Let me take you through some of them. Remember the row of flowers on the mosque wall. Now this is one of the representations in the manner in which it is usually seen on temples, but that's not all. There have been trident or trishul that has been very clearly seen. There is this lotus form also that has been seen on a mosque wall. Compared to the sort of mosques that were built in those eras, this did not represent that architecture and was reflective of that of the temple. So there was a trishul, there was a swastika, there was very clearly the row of flowers that I already spoke about, the hooded Sheshnag of Vishnu. This is seen inside the mosque premises. Now remember, there was a survey that was done last year as well, court appointed commission that had done a survey as well. The members had in the report apparently also mentioned that there were visible symbols, and these are engraved in the walls, which means when the walls that had existed. And remember, amid all of this, one of the highlights that many have pointed out is the presence of the Nandi bull. The Nandi bull is facing a wall. According to Hindu religions and its temple construction, the Nandi bull faces a shivling, and that is what many have pointed out clearly shows that the mosque was, according to those claimants, was built on a temple premises, as was destroyed by Emperor Aurangzeb earlier. Over to you, Paulomi.
Right, Pooja, thank you so much for bringing us up to speed with what, of course, the Hindu side believes will, of course, favor their case before the courts in terms of claiming that indeed there was a temple that existed under the present mosque premises. Manju Vyas, who's also one of the petitioners in this case, is joining us live at the moment. Manju ji, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए. इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने ASI को परमिशन दे दी है कि वो सर्वे कंडक्ट कर सकती है ज्ञानवापी के साइट पर. आपका इस पर क्या कहना है, मैम?
जी, मेरा कहना है कि जो सर्वे की डेट आ गई है, हम लोग इससे जान करके बहुत खुश हैं, और हम लोग ये जो चाहते थे वो कार्य हो गया है, क्योंकि जो हमारे साक्ष्य थे वो सामने उभर के सब जनता के सामने भी आ जाएंगे.
जी मैम, आप मुझे सुन पा रही हैं?
हाँ, मैं सुन रही हूँ, बस देख नहीं पा रही हूँ.
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं, आप बोलते रहिए मैम कि आपको इस वर्डिक्ट से आप किस तरह से आप इस वर्डिक्ट को देखती है, मैम?
देखिए, साक्षात तो मेरे वो उसमें सबूत हैं ज्ञानवापी के जितने भी हैं, और वो मंदिर है, वो मस्जिद नहीं है, वो तो महाजिद लगा के वो लोग बैठे हुए हैं. जो पिलरों में घंटी के चिन्ह बने हैं, कमल के फूल बने हैं, शंख बने हैं, त्रिशूल बना है, स्वास्तिक बना है. ये लोग बता दें किस मस्जिद में ऐसा होता है. कोई भी मस्जिद हमें दिखा दें कि किस मस्जिद में ये चीज पाए जाते हैं. और साक्षात हमारे बाबा वहां मौजूद हो गए हैं. और रही बात सारे हिंदू के साक्ष्य हैं, जो उनके गुम्मद हैं, उस पे भी हमारा शिखर लगा हुआ है.
मैम, एक
शिखर बना हुआ है.
बस एक मिनट आपके साथ वो लाइन हम फिक्स कर ले, तब हम दोबारा आपके पास आएंगे. So those are some of those images, of course, of symbols that have been found on the complex walls, which have convinced the Hindu side that indeed there was a temple that existed under the mosque premises, and they want the right to pray and worship at the premises. Now, a BJP MP has hit out at the Muslim side over the Gyanvapi verdict. He says, show the courage to accept the truth. The Muslim side must let the truth come out. Remember, this is what the Chief Minister has said as well. Yogi Adityanath, just a short while ago, just a few days ago, in fact, speaking to a news agency, had said that the mosque premises, it would be wrong to call it a mosque even, because it should simply be called Gyanvapi. He said the symbols are there for anyone with sight to see that there are symbols like the Trishul, like the Jyotirling, like statues of gods as well, which clearly indicate that there was a temple that existed at the very premises where a mosque stands today. He said that the Muslim side should accept that there was a historical mistake which was made, and in fact should propose from their own end a solution to this. Let's listen in to reactions that have been coming in today after the Allahabad High Court's verdict.
अब सच को सामने आने दें और सच को स्वीकार करने का साहस दिखाएं, इसको राजनीति से या वैमनस्यता के आधार पर निर्णय ना करें, क्योंकि राम जन्मभूमि को सैकड़ों साल तक वैमनस्यता के आधार पर रखा और अंत भला सो भला, जो सच था वो सामने आया और सच को सबने स्वीकार किया।
कोर्ट के फैसले सर्वमान्य हैं, कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया है उसको मानेंगे और ASI से हमें ईमानदाराना सर्वे की उम्मीद है, जैसे उन्होंने पहले बाबरी मस्जिद के मामले में करा था और ये रिपोर्ट दी थी कि वहाँ पे कोई भी मंदिर के प्रमाण नहीं थे। बाकी फैसले क्या होते हैं ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा, लेकिन आज के दौर में हमें इंसानियत को मिलाने की ज़रूरत है। 350 साल से जहाँ 5 वक्त की नमाज हो रही है, आज भी हो रही है, उसे मस्जिद नहीं कहें तो क्या कहें।
So that is what, of course, the BJP and then, of course, the Samajwadi Party has to say. The BJP, of course, welcoming the order from the Allahabad High Court. You heard earlier from Lakshmikant Bajpai. Manju Vyas, who is one of the petitioners in this case, she's joining us live at the moment. Manju ji, अगर आप मुझे इस वक्त सुन पा रही हैं, आपसे पहले बातचीत थोड़ी कट गई थी, आप ये बताइए दोबारा से कि आप किस तरह से इस वर्डिक्ट को, इस ऑर्डर को, कोर्ट के ऑर्डर को देखती हैं?
जी, ऑर्डर आया है, बिल्कुल सही आया, क्योंकि जो सबूत हमारे निकले हैं वो तो साक्ष्य बता रहा है कि वो मंदिर है। चीख चीख की दीवारें एक कह रही है वो मंदिर है, मंदिर है। त्रिशूल मस्जिद में क्या कर रहा है, स्वास्तिक मंदिर में क्या कर रहा है, हमारा शिखर मंदिर में क्या कर रहा है और मस्जिद में क्या कर रहा है। किसी भी मस्जिद में ये लोग बताए ना, किसी भी एक मस्जिद का हमको उदाहरण दे कि हाँ इस मंदिर में हमारे शिव निकले, शिव है, त्रिशूल है, कमल है, शंख है, क्या है दिखाए ना, किस मस्जिद में है, कोई भी मस्जिद का सबूत दिखाए। और जब हमारा सर्वे हो रहा है तो ये क्यों पीछे भाग रहे हैं, ये क्यों डर रहे हैं?
तो आपको लगता है कि जब
ASI किस बात का है, डर किस बात का है? हमारा वो मंदिर है, मस्जिद लगा के मत बैठे, अब इतिहास को दोबारा ना दोहराए, अब ये गलती दोबारा मत करें और इनकी नवाज को भी अब रोक देना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो जब हम अपने महादेव के दर्शन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं तो उनकी नवाज पे भी अब हम लोग रोक लगा देंगे। अब नमाज नहीं पढ़ने देंगे जब तक खुल करके फैसला नहीं आ जाएगा कि वो मंदिर है कि मस्जिद है। वो हमारा मंदिर है और मंदिर हम लोग पाके रहेंगे, आखिरी दम चाहे हमारी लाशें भी बिक जाएं, हम लोग मंदिर अपना अब लेके ही दिखाएंगे।
जी मंजू जी, शुक्रिया बात करने के लिए इंडिया टुडे से। So that is what one of the petitioners are saying as far as this very contentious and controversial, of course, matter is concerned, which is, of course, before the courts right now, and the Allahabad High Court today has given the go-ahead for the ASI to conduct a survey in order to determine if indeed a temple did exist under the current mosque premises. We're slipping into a very short break. Stay tuned, news and updates will continue on the other side.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
International funds are a relatively new segment that we've seen flourishing very well in India. How do you see their growth over a period of time, and why is it that initially we have international funds that are focused mainly on the US markets? Of course, newer ones are looking at the Asian geography too.
Yeah, so I think the thesis comes from portfolio theory,
I think if you look at most investors outside of India, so if you look at investors in the UK or the US or even Southeast Asia, you'll see that a lot of their portfolio is devoted towards companies and stocks outside their home country. And I think in India this was not the case, but I think today people have realized that a part of your portfolio should be exposed towards stocks in sectors and companies outside of your home country. And what we've seen in the US markets in the last 10 years, 15 years, I think the potential to wealth creation is very, very high. I think I do believe that yes, US is 60% of global GDP market cap. So I think that international investing is a category. The first obvious market that you can look for is the US market, because you're looking at the biggest market, also a very fast growing market. The second thing to why I think US markets are important is because it's one market where you have global business models. If at just the S&P 500, which is the top 500 companies in the US, about 60%, 55 to 60% of their sales is actually happening outside the US. So I think when you're looking at global investing, you want to buy global stocks. And the center, the exchange or the country which holds the most amount of globally diversified business models happens to be the US, which is why I think US tends to be the first category. And now obviously, once you have the US in your portfolio, I think it makes sense to add, say, emerging markets or developed markets. But I think US tends to be the most popular because of how well diversified its capital markets are.
Dholak, a popular percussion instrument in villages. While the dholak is easily available and simple to perform, there is hardly any formal training. In an innovative attempt to revive the beats of dholak, the Sangeet Natak Academy organized a workshop in Lucknow.
अभी बॉम्बे में इसकी बहुत सेवा की जा रही है ढोलक की, और बॉलीवुड में इसको अपनाया गया, लेकिन यहाँ पे जो होना चाहिए जिस तरीके से शिक्षण कार्य ढोलक का वो नहीं हो पा रहा है। ये बहुत अच्छी बात नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी कुछ प्राइवेट संस्थाएं हैं जो अपना ढोलक सिखाने का कार्य कर रही हैं। बिकॉज आकाशवाणी जो है वो ऑडिशन भी लेता है, बी ग्रेड भी हाई ग्रेड, बट वो व्यवस्था सिखाने की कोई नहीं कर रहा है। इस पर काफ़ी लोगों को फोक वालों को ध्यान देना चाहिए।
Among the participants are senior citizens, a proof that age doesn't matter when it comes to learning.
मुझे बहुत बड़ा शौक संगीत से रहा है जीवन में, और आज भी है। आज भी मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ, 2 घंटा मैं व्यायाम करता हूँ। ढोलक करके सीख करके समाज की सेवा करना चाहता हूँ, और समाज के साथ जहाँ भी हमारी आवश्यकता पड़ी, धार्मिक कार्यों में, अन्य कार्यों में, हर जगह मैं जाने को उपस्थित हूँ। बस हमें आर्डर मिल जाए, मैं आदेश का पालन करूँगा।
The 25 days workshop is spreading awareness about India's most popular folk instruments.
जब ये कार्यशाला का पता चला तो पहले मेरी इच्छा नहीं हुई आने की, कि एक तो मैं दूर से आती हूँ कपूरथला से, तो 1 दिन आए 2 दिन आए अच्छा नहीं लगा। लेकिन जैसे जैसे हम आते गए उसके बाद मेरा थोड़ा सा विचार बदला। मुझे शौक़ हमेशा से था कि ढोलक सीखें, क्योंकि घरेलू फंक्शन में बहुत अच्छा नहीं बजा पाते थे। जब एक्सपर्ट नहीं होते थे तब हमारी बारी आती थी।
The Sangeet Natak Academy workshop is giving Dholak a new life. Bureau Report, India Today.
watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Big win for Hindu side in Gyanvapi case as the Allahabad High Court allows Gyanvapi's survey. High Court says survey necessary for justice.
डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर था उसको इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने अपहोल्ड कर दिया है और अब एएसआई सर्वे तत्काल प्रभाव से चालू होगा और जो जितने मुस्लिम पक्ष के आर्गुमेंट्स है सारे आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट किए हैं और मेरे हर एक सबमिशन को ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने माना है.
Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in new riots. FIR on 3 social media influencers for fanning riots. 20 hate video links traced for fomenting riots. India Today tracks down the man who triggered fiery chain reaction in New. Unapologetic Bajrangi Bittu live streamed provocations.
आतताई जिम्मेदार है जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूँ उनका एनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए.
Another Siddaramaiah government versus BJP face-off. Aragas burnt and black jibe at Kharge likens Congress chief to burnt man. Congress calls it anti-Dalit insult. Fresh trouble for BJP MP Brijbhushan Sharan Singh. Green Court orders probe against Brijbhushan in illegal land sand mining case. Haryana slowly limps back to normalcy. Curfew now has been relaxed in Haryana. For 3 hours, people can buy essentials from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So slowly, there is some resemblance of normalcy being restored in Haryana now, with curfew being relaxed in areas where Section 144 had been imposed. Now, relaxation for 3 hours. People can step out, buy essentials from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. this afternoon. Remember that Haryana has been on the edge since, of course, violent riots broke out between two communities just a couple of days ago. It started in New, it spread to adjoining areas in Sona, in Gurugram. Faridabad also was at the receiving end of the clampdown by the administration in order to, of course, ensure that peace is restored. You can see images of the flag marches which are also being carried out by the forces that have been deployed on the ground. Additional teams already present on the ground in order to ensure that there is no provocation which leads to a flare-up again. And now some relaxation, some respite for the common residents and citizens of the state in those sensitive areas. My colleague Milan Sharma is now joining me live on this. Some relaxation coming in those curfew hours, Milan, with people being able to step out and buy essentials between 10 a.m. this morning and 1 p.m. this afternoon. Milan.
Well, that's right, Paulami, because lives of the people have been affected in all these districts of New, Mewat, as well as the adjoining subdivisions of Sona as well as Gurugram. We have been witnessing a temporary internet ban, but that is also now slowly being lifted in many of these areas. There are some LAN internet that people can use, but of course for essentials as well as to shop for the daily needs and routine, people have started to step out. Let me tell you that the situation is a little bit all right than it was on the 31st and the 1st, but there is still fear in the minds of people, as many of them, at least in areas like Sona as well as in Gurugram, especially if you talk about the migrant laborers, are fleeing due to fear of them being attacked. Because remember, it's not just Nu, Mewat, the maximum affected area, but the police had to do flag marches and patrolling in Badshahpur, in Gurugram as well, and in Sector 70, where a lot of Muslim population resides. And that is why it's a confidence building exercise. The government has decided that schools also must be reopened, at least in areas of Gurugram. Till yesterday in Sona subdivision, the schools were closed, but shops have now been allowed to stay open for a while, for a short period there, and after that perhaps there is hope that normalcy could return to these areas.
Absolutely, absolutely. Milan, just stay on with us. Now, this is an India Today investigation impact. Hours after India Today uncovered the fires of hate that were fanned on social media, probe has intensified in the Haryana communal clashes. The police has registered 45 FIRs till now. 139 have been arrested. 3 FIRs have been filed on social media influencers as well. More than 10 to 20 video URLs have been identified. The social media team of the police has been set up, which is now analyzing these videos. There can be two faces to what triggered the horror in Mewat. Take a close look at these two men, Bittu Bajrangi and Mohammad Samar. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. India Today has tracked down new provocateur from Faridabad, Bittu Bajrangi as well. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Nu, though he says he has no role in the violence. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
Six dead, countless injured, over 100 vehicles reduced to burnt shells, a police station smashed, shops looted, and a national capital territory on edge. It's day 4 since the communal eruption at Delhi's doorstep in Haryana's Mewat region. And until now, the true trigger has been a matter of speculation. Not anymore. A provocative call concealed in an invitation to the Bajrang Dal's annual religious yatra. The provocation instantly triggering a response from the Muslim local in Nu named Mohammad Samar. If there can be two faces to what triggered the horrors in Mewat, take a close look at these two men. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. But on India Today, we want to peel away the layers to tell you how things really started. The first seeds were planted in a cyber fraud case in Faridabad a few days ago. Tension escalated when a Muslim man from Nu, a minority-dominated part of Haryana, who had been arrested in a cyber fraud case, passed away while in police custody at a hospital in Faridabad. Police claimed the suspect was ill at the time of arrest. In came Bittu Bajrangi and his supporters, who claimed local Muslim leaders in Nu were provoking crowds to attack the police in the aftermath of the alleged custodial death. Local anger against the cyber crackdown had been building, with Nu emerging as the new epicenter of online scams and cyber crimes. The situation was ripe for trouble.
हम किसी के माध्यम से सरकार से ये मांग करते हैं, आफ्ताब और जाबिर गाजमी उनके खिलाफ राजद्रोह का मुकदमा और जो दंगा भड़काने की जो उन्होंने बात की कोशिश करी, इस सभी को लेकर हम फरीदाबाद पुलिस और राज्य पुलिस के साथ हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं।
Bajrangi even circulated this viral video where a man can be seen calling locals to assault the police. Right after this, open calls were made on social media by Monu Manesar, an accused in the murder of 2 alleged cow smugglers from the locality.
दिन सोमवार को मेवात ब्रज मंडल यात्रा है, सभी भाई बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा ले.
As well as by Bittu Bajrangi to participate in this year's upcoming annual Shobha Yatra passing through Mewat. Mohammad Samar was playing his own part in counter-provocations and organizing groups in Nu in preparations for violence. Samar has deactivated his social media since the crackdown on the villains this week.
और ये बोलेंगे कि बताया नहीं कि हम मुलाकात नहीं हुई, तो इसलिए हम पूरी लोकेशन देंगे. अभी हम पाली हैं और निकलेंगे धौस से ही. फूल माला तैयार रखना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये बोलते हैं ना कि बताना नहीं, निकल गए जी, बताया नहीं, पूछा. 150 गाड़ी है फुल सिस्टम.
On the fateful day of Yatra, Bajrangi posted multiple live streams with more provocative messaging on his way to Mewat. What happened next was no longer limited to a social media showdown or a cyber fraud investigation.
You can look at the bus. There are bricks lying down. People have somewhere down the line fled while this bus was looted, and subsequently then this bus was used by the miscreants to break the wall of the cyber police station. The manner in which the cyber police station has been destroyed, it stands testimony that this was nothing less than a revenge.
This social media build-up was not happening covertly. It was in full public view and would have raised an alarm on police systems. So how did this very public and communally charged build-up evade the attention of law enforcement? And could timely intervention against those challenging the authority of law have potentially saved lives? With Arvind Ocha and Shreya Chatterjee, Bureau Report, India Today.
My colleague Milan Sharma continues to be live with us. Milan, I'm going to ask you from what that report we just played out ended with, the question that it ended with. Why didn't the authorities take note of these social media quote-unquote influencers who were stoking and fanning this sort of communal hatred, which eventually led to violence that claimed innocent lives?
Well, Paulami, that's right, and that's the question that is being asked to the Haryana government, both Anil Vij, the Home Minister, as well as the Haryana Police, because there have been enough evidences that have been put forward by the administration themselves that there have been provocative and hate speech-filled social media posts from both sides, from the Hindus as well as the Muslim communities, that fanned the violence all over Mewat and Nu, which led to loss of lives as well. And the repercussions of those posts that are on social media have been felt not just in that particular area of Mewat, but Sona and Gurugram, and for the entire country to witness as well. And this is, forming one of the evidential reasons as well, that panels that have been formed by the government are combing through social media posts of a lot of people from the VHP and Bajrang Dal, as well as the people who live in Mewat, who were responsible for creating those provocative videos of inciting violence and hate speech. The police is a bit too late to actually look into these allegations, but according to the 41 FIRs that have been filed, there are many who have been named, and there are some FIRs that have remained unnamed. But remember that this is why the internet ban or snap on internet connection continues in Nu and Mewat till at least the 5th of August. Areas like Faridabad, Palwal and adjoining Sona are also facing these difficulties, so that people don't watch these videos on social media and feel threatened or scared and take law law and order in their hands, which is actually happening in a lot of cases in Gurugram, at least till yesterday.
Okay. Milan, thank you for joining us with all of those details. Milan, of course, is in Gurugram. She is, of course, reporting on the ground situation as these areas continue to be extremely tense in the wake of the violence that broke out just a few days ago in Nuh, Haryana. Now, Dr. Surendra Jain, Joint General Secretary of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad, condemned the violence and called it a genocide. Listen in.
ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये वो वीएचपी के कार्यकर्ता हैं या फिर वीएचपी की उस रैली में आए हुए लोग हैं जो कि बंदूक लिए, तलवारें लिए, लाठियां लिए, पत्थर लिए चल रहे हैं। ये भी हकीकत है। आप एक पहलू पकड़ रहे हैं, इस पहलू का क्या? तलवारें, हथियार, गोलियां चल रही हैं। ये सारी की सारी इंडिया टुडे और आज तक के कैमरे पे कैद है। ये कोई कही सुनी बात मैं नहीं दिखा रहा। हमारे दर्शक इस वक्त अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं। डॉक्टर जय,
बहुत अच्छा कर रहे, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। क्योंकि जिस समय गोलियां शुरू हुई, जिस समय वहां पर लोगों को पकड़कर जिंदा जलाया जा रहा था, आप उस समय का फोटो नहीं दिखा रहे। कई और चैनल्स ने दिखाया है, आप नहीं दिखा पा रहे। पता नहीं आपका पत्रकार वहां क्यों नहीं था, औरों के थे। और उसके बाद रिएक्शन में लोगों ने अपनी गाड़ियों से कुछ हथियार निकाले होंगे, मैं इंकार नहीं कर रहा हूं। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा आपकी फोटो झूठी है, लेकिन जिस समय वहां पर लोगों को, मैं खुद आगरे वाली लाइन में खड़ा था, गोलियां मुझे मारने की कोशिश की जा रही थी, मेरी गाड़ी को जलाया गया था, मेरी गाड़ी को पत्थरबाजी की गई थी, किसी तरह से न जा सके। ये सब चीजें बाकी चैनल्स ने दिखाई हैं। मैं आपके एथिक्स को नहीं तोड़ना चाहता, एक चैनल पर बाकी चैनलों का नाम लूं, लेकिन ये निश्चित मानकर चल रहा हूं मैं, एक पक्षीय चीज आप दिखा रहे हैं। मोनू से चर्चा शुरू की और कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं ने, मैं दावे के साथ कहता हूं, जिसने भी यात्रा में भाग लिया वो मेरे अपने, उनको जो सजा मिलती है उनको भी मिले, मुझे भी मिले, मैं भी तैयार हूं फांसी पर चढ़ने के लिए। लेकिन जो नैरेटिव आप सेट कर रहे हैं, वो एजेंडा आपका मुझे साफ दिखाई दे रहा है।
हम तो रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं सर, आप इसको एजेंडा कह लीजिए, जो मर्जी कह लीजिए, हम दोनों पहलुओं को दिखाते हैं। हमने जो अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन दिखाई उसमें भी,
मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं,
जी जी,
ये दुनिया कह रहेगी और दुनिया देख रही है कि आप किस प्रकार की रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे हैं।
सर हमने जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलाई अभी, उसमें दिखाया किस तरीके से दोनों साइड से बयान आए, दोनों तरफ से भड़काऊ बयान आए। ये फैक्ट है। आप चाहें कि मैं एक साइड छोड़ दूं, दूसरी साइड लूं, हम कोई साइड नहीं लेते हैं।
नहीं, ना, आप उन्हीं की दिखाइए। मैं सहमत हूं आपकी बात से, क्योंकि मेरा भाषण 1 घंटे का जो उसमें सभा में दिया गया, एक वाक्य बता सकते हो कौन सा वाक्य मैंने उकसाऊ कहा है, मुसलमानों को विरोध में कहा है, उनको गालियां दी है? मेरे अलावा किसी और का भाषण नहीं था। एक वाक्य बता दीजिए, बताइए, मैं बैठा हूं यहां सामने।
देखिए, आप काफी सुलझे हुए शख्स हैं, मैं आपको कई साल से जानता हूं। आप दे ना दे, लेकिन आपके साथ में जो लोग थे, मैं उन पे सवाल खड़ा कर रहा हूं सर।
अरे रुको राहुल, 1 मिनट रुको जरा। आप हेट स्पीच की बात कर रहे हैं, मेरा एक वाक्य नहीं, मैंने 3 बार नारे लगाने के लिए कहे थे, भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, बम बम भोले, क्योंकि जलाभिषेक के लिए जा रही। क्या तीसरे के अलावा चौथा नारा उस समय तक लगाया गया जब हमला किया गया था, जब गोलियां चली थी, मोर्टार चला था? वो दिखा सकते हो क्या?
चलिए आप बताइए आपके हिसाब से क्या रहा, क्यों हुआ, कौन जिम्मेदार है?
श्रीमान जी, मैं वहीं था, एक भी नहीं है। आप किसी के भाई को गोली मार दोगे, गोली मारकर कार में जिंदा जला दोगे, छतों से मोर्टार से फेंके जाएंगे, मेरे को निशाना बनाकर गोलियां चलाई जाएंगी, कुछ नहीं करेंगे क्या? चुपचाप मार खा के मरते जाएंगे? हो सकता है कुछ लोगों ने जवाब में पत्थर चलाए होंगे, हो सकता है अपने वाहनों में, क्योंकि वहां के इतिहास से जो लोग परिचित हैं वो जानते हैं, वाहनों में हथियार रखे होंगे, हो सकता है वो लोग निकाल कर लाए होंगे, मैं इससे मना नहीं कर रहा हूं। लेकिन उन सब का क्या जिन्होंने उकसाऊ भाषण दिए थे?
In an exclusive interview with India Today, Haryana Home Minister Anil Vij hailed India Today's sting operation and said that his government is working to ensure that those involved in the clashes are punished. Listen in.
साहब, आपने देखा होगा, हमने इंडिया टुडे पे आज तक पे एक तहकीकात दिखाई जिसमें जो स्थानीय CID है
वो कह रही है कि उन्होंने प्रशासन को, पुलिस के तंत्र को 8-10 दिन पहले बताया था कि इस तरह गौरक्षक जो हैं, जो काऊ विजिलेंटेस हैं, उनकी एक ये यात्रा निकलने वाली है और उसके बारे में सावधान रहने की ज़रूरत है। सवाल आपसे जो देश पूछना चाहता है वो ये कि वहाँ पे होमगार्ड की तैनाती थी, हरियाणा होमगार्ड की तैनाती थी, लेकिन आपकी रैपिड एक्शन पुलिस फोर्स, जो आपकी सेंट्रल आर्म्ड पुलिस फोर्स है, उनकी आपने तैनाती क्यों नहीं की? इतने कम पुलिस वाले क्यों थे जब ये यात्रा वहाँ से निकल रही थी और ये वायलेंस हो रहा था?
देखिए, ऐसा है, वो ऑडियो वीडियो मैंने भी सुनी है और उसको मैंने भेज दिया है डिपार्टमेंट को उसकी जांच कराने के लिए कि क्या उसने इनपुट दी थी, कहाँ इनपुट दी थी, किसको इनपुट दी थी, वो देखना ज़रूरी है। देखिए, ये यात्रा हर साल निकलती है और वहाँ पर जो हो सकता है कि लोकल जो प्रशासन है उसको कोई सूचना दी हो और उसके मुताबिक उन्होंने उसके इंतज़ाम कर दिए हों। जहाँ तक मैंने जानकारी हासिल की है, जितनी पुलिस पिछले सालों में लगाई जाती थी उतनी ही इस बार भी वहाँ पर लगाई गई है।
Slipping into a short break, coming up next, India Today tracks down the man who triggered fiery chain reaction in Nu. Unapologetic Bajrangi Bittu live streamed provocations. Listen in.
You are watching India Today.
India Today is at ground zero in Torbang, and the situation is so vulnerable. Simultaneously, there is accusation of using sophisticated weapons, but these young boys risking their lives and using these single barrel gun and double barrel gun.
We love our land and our village, that's why we sacrifice our life.
No one could ever imagine that in a state, in the same country, in the same district, we will ever see such situation which has become a battlefield, and I could say this is a war zone in Manipur.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
So while this drink, this diet soda can be your once in a while sort of an alternative if you're having a craving for a sugary drink, this certainly isn't healthy. This is not your alternative to sodas, to regular sodas. Diet sodas have their own set of problems. So if you feel like having an iced drink, go for the old-fashioned drinks. Have water, have milk, for example, also fresh fruit juices, not the ones that come in a Tetra pack.
The other problem here is aspartame. Diet sodas contain this ingredient associated with anxiety. The US Food and Drug Administration approved aspartame as a sweetener in the year 1981. When consumed, aspartame becomes aspartic acid. When consumed, aspartame can have the potent effect on the central nervous system, says the study. Now, this study that followed more than 1 lakh adults for about a decade is among the largest to date to identify cardiovascular health problems associated with sugar substitutes. Overall, artificial sweeteners were associated with increase in cardiovascular disease.
There have been question marks about safety of artificial sweeteners since the beginning, and there were some studies which show increased cancer with saccharin, and subsequently number of other studies have been done which show that there may be some risk. But overall, if you take artificial sweeteners in limited amount, once a day or maybe twice a day for a limited period of time, it is not going to do any harm. But recent data show that if it is taken for a prolonged period, they increase risk for heart disease as well as stroke.
So if white sugar is completely out, artificial sweeteners not your best option, what must be your alternatives then?
The best replacement of refined sugars are dates, jaggery, honey, dried fruits like dried apricot, plum, peaches, figs, and many more.
knowledge. I've become fearless over the years, but I definitely didn't start off like that. Being a street artist, one kind of creates an ability to be able to be in one's element no matter where we are. None of us are free until all of us are free. As women, we are not going to be given anything. We have to reclaim it and we have to own it.
In less than 2 months from now, the new iPhone 15 will be on sale across the world. While Business Today TV had reported on Friday about the price of its high-end models crossing the 2 lakh rupee mark for the first time, BTTV has got hold of more details about the much-anticipated Apple handset. It's likely to have the smallest bezel yet and could be rid of the infamous notch. Apart from the all-screen upgrade, the iPhone 15 and 15 Plus will also come packed with major camera improvements, and the traditional lightning connector will give way to the faster USB-C. Tech Today's Danny De Cruz has more on all the new features expected. Danny, take it away.
The new Apple iPhones are coming soon. Most likely, they will be here by September. So a new report has leaked a lot of information about the iPhone 15 series. So let's start with the more affordable iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus models. The biggest change coming to these models is that Apple will finally do away with the notch. Both the iPhone 15 and iPhone 15 Plus will get the dynamic island, which was last seen in last year's Pro models. The cameras are getting a massive upgrade too, along with the performance. And yes, gone are the days of Lightning port. All new iPhones will be getting the USB Type-C for the first time. Now on to the Pro models, in which Apple is replacing the shiny frame with titanium, so your new iPhones will be strong too. The displays will also be better because of thinner bezels, and Apple is giving the camera hardware a substantial boost. The performance alone will make the iPhone 15 Pro models a compelling upgrade. They will become the first smartphones to use a 3nm chipset. All these upgrades make the new iPhone 15 models a good upgrade, but you will also have to shell out more money. Some models may even cross the rupees 2 lakh price point in India.
All right, thanks for that, Danny.
Watching India Today.
Four days after communal clashes broke out, Haryana is limping back towards normalcy. Curfew has been extended, but the RFA is continuously conducting flag marches to keep law and order in check. Haryana government has also demanded 5 CAPF companies from the Union Home Ministry. Meanwhile, mobile, internet and SMS services in Haryana's New and some other places in the state will remain suspended till August 5th to avoid any untoward situation. Also, politics has erupted over the violence. Chief Minister Manu says it doesn't have, in fact, any information about Monu's whereabouts. That's what the government has said. But meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister of the state, Dushyant Chautala, alleges that administrative failure led to the riots.
मोनू मानेसर के खिलाफ जो पिछला केस एफआईआर वो राजस्थान सरकार की है, राजस्थान पुलिस उसको ढूंढ रही है। कहाँ है, कोई इनपुट्स हमारे पास अभी नहीं है, उनके पास है कि नहीं हम नहीं कह सकते। राजस्थान पुलिस उसके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, हमारी मदद जितनी चाहिए उनको करेंगे।
अगर कोई कमी है तो उसको सुधारना हमें भी चाहिए, और मुझे लगता है कि अगर
वहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स हम प्रॉपर असेस नहीं कर पाए, तो हमें उन लोगों को भी जिम्मेवारी के साथ दोषी मानना पड़ेगा जो ये असेसमेंट में अपना फेलियर लेकर बैठे थे।
This was a jihadi element who pre-planned to do it, and certain videos about these things were circulating on the social media for a couple of days. I am surprised that the intelligence did not report it, and it is a monumental failure of the intelligence. So the intelligence failure and the media failure is something that the Haryana government should investigate.
ये कानून व्यवस्था की पूरी तरह से विफलता है, हरियाणा सरकार की विफलता है, मणिपुर का विस्तार है। दरअसल हरियाणा मणिपुर में जो हो रहा था उसी का प्रयोग अब यहाँ पे किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास चुनाव में जाने के लिए और कोई मुद्दा नहीं है। जब तक वो नफरत नहीं फैलाएंगे, एक दूसरे को लड़ाएंगे नहीं, तब तक चुनाव में किस आधार पर वोट मांगेंगे। तो भाजपा की पूरी राजनीति यही है, और भाजपा को अपने मंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्री और सहयोगी उप मुख्यमंत्री के बयान को देखे जाने की जरूरत है, और उसी कॉन्टेस्ट में जांच की जरूरत है।
क्या यही राम राज्य है? ने मणिपुर हो या हरियाणा हो, जिस तरीके से कारोबार चल रहा है वहाँ सरकार है या नहीं है, नहीं के बराबर है। खास कर मणिपुर की अगर आप बात करें तो वहाँ भी मैंने कहा कुछ दिन पहले, वहाँ राज्यपाल महिला है, राष्ट्रपति जी महिला है, इसके बावजूद अगर उस राज्य में महिलाओं के साथ जैसे व्यवहार किया जा रहा है, शुरू किया जा रहा है, उनकी बदनामी, मतलब मेरे पास शब्द नहीं है। ऐसी स्थिति होते हुए भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है, तो डबल इंजन है कहाँ?
As communal violence in the Nuh district of Haryana raged on, Neeraj Khan, a home guard, was deployed on ground to combat the violent mob. Little did he know it was his last day on duty in uniform. Having served the Haryana police for 15 years, Home Guard Neeraj, a Muslim man with a Hindu name, was the sole bread earner of his family. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Neeraj's wife pleaded the government to stop the communal fight.
आपको लगता है प्रशासन को भी इस बात पे जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए कि जो नफरत की आग फैलती है इसको रोकना चाहिए, ताकि और ऐसे नीरज के जान ना?
हाँ जी, और हाँ उसके जैसे और बैन ना हो जाए, ऐसी भी दुआ जैसी मेरे साथ हुई है, शहीद ना हो जाए जैसे मेरा आदमी होया है। बस सरकार से यही कहूँगी, इसे लड़ाई को यहीं रोको।
सरकार को ये लड़ाई रोकनी चाहिए।
हाँ, ये लड़ाई रोकनी चाहिए, यहीं रोक दो, और बेघर ना हो, और मेरी बहन जैसी विधवा ना हो। बस यही हाथ जोड़ता है, रिक्वेस्ट करो मैं।
देखो जी, ये ऐसा हमारा प्रशासन ने क्या करे, बहुत ही गलत काम किया, जो हमारे बच्चे को ले लिया बेमतलब। प्रशासन की बात है, तो अब इसमें मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ? मेरे लिए तो दुश्मनी है।
2 खिड़की लेके गया उसको,
2 लाख
ड्यूटी भी उसकी वहाँ थी थाने में, तो थाने में फोर्स लेके गए। थाना 2 लाख खिड़की उसकी ड्यूटी थी, वहाँ से जी 2 लाख खिड़की का SHO जो फोर्स लेके गया, उसके साथ में फोर्स के साथ गया था। 2 लाख खिड़की SHO ही लेके गए हैं उनको। प्रशासन में आ जाते हैं SHO वगैरह, ये लेके गए हैं, वहाँ ये हादसा हो गया नौ में।
प्रशासन से हमारे यहाँ ACP DCP सारे आए थे।
आप नीरज के भाई?
हाँ जी, और कमिश्नर मैडम ने पूरा आश्वासन दिया है हमें, ऐसी बात नहीं है।
My colleague Milan Sharma, of course, is joining me live on this. She's tracking all of these developments and the situation on the ground. Of course, there is a lot of fear among the people, while there are certain relaxations in curfew, and normalcy seems to be, in fact, returning to Haryana in some small ways. Clearly, the people are very, very tense given what has happened over the past few days, Milan.
Well, yes, follow me. In fact, we have been going to a lot of areas in and around Gurugram as well, Sona, where we have seen that people who earlier used to live in the areas that they used to have actually gone out or left those areas for a few days until cooler temperatures prevail in the entire state of Haryana. And of course, there have been across hate speech violations from both communities, the Muslims there as well as the Hindus here, and that is leading to an area where there's a lot of uncertainty, which is why people are still a little on the edge. The Haryana police for them have been trying to persuade people to stay calm, and the violence that we saw outside the Nu and Mewat region in Sona as well as in Gurugram has subsided for now. There have not been any fresh instances of violence, at least in Gurugram and Sona, but we have seen that a few places have again been torched towards Sona and Mewat region. More reports such as these have been coming in from smaller places, but mostly the police has situation under control. Schools have been asked to remain open, at least in Gurugram, but there are a lot of schools that have shifted classes of their children to the online class. Offices are still awaiting sound news to let many come back from work from home situations, and as we know that the migrant labourers have been hit the most in the area. These people, Polami, work in the posh societies and colonies of Gurugram, in the Magnolias and others, where these people have been told not to come to work, and many have left the area in the city and for their villages as well until cooler temperatures could prevail. And we know for a fact that at least till August 5th there's a snap on internet connections in Nu and Mewat, specifically these areas, as well as in Sona subdivision, Palwal and Faridabad, although internet has not been suspended in the areas of Gurugram.
Okay, that's extremely tragic. What you were saying, of course, about the migrant laborers, no fault of theirs. They're losing their livelihood as well because of the tense situation that prevails in areas like Gurugram. Milan, thank you for joining us with all of those updates. Now, after Monday's violence in Haryana's Nu, which shook the nation, Bittu Bajrangi, a self-anointed cow vigilante and leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force, has come under the scanners. Several questions are being raised about his role in the violence. India Today brings you this report.
Preparing the battleground online. His unchecked aggression on social media foreshadowed Monday's mayhem in Haryana's Nu. Bittu Bajrangi streamed multiple live videos loaded with provocative messaging as he made his way to the VHP's Braj Mandal Yatra on Monday. India Today has tracked down this provocator. A self-anointed cow vigilante, a leader of a self-anointed Bajrang force. A man named in at least 4 cases, the latest linked to his role at Nu on Monday. Earlier, he stood accused of inciting communal riots based in Faridabad on the outskirts of the national capital. Bittu Bajrangi sounded unapologetic. He pleaded not guilty. The man in his 50s sought to project the VHP's Yatra as a peaceful march. He defended the swords and guns carried by participants as ritual arms.
जो एक आध गन्स होंगी भी तो वो लाइसेंस की हैं, अवैध नहीं है। और तलवार हमारी क्या होती है, पूजा करने वाली होती है। ये तलवार हमारी शादी ब्याह वाली होती है, काटने मारने वाली नहीं होती।
In the same breath, though, Bittu Bajrangi advocated iron-fisted methods against the other side, calling them terrorists.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है, जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया, और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए, और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए।
जय गौ माता, जय श्री राम। मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर।
Birds of a feather flock together. Monu Manesar, another notorious cow vigilante, another provocator of the Nu clashes.
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम वो यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Manesar's video announcement about attending Monday's Yatra believed to have stirred passions.
मेवात यात्रा में बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा लेंगे।
He didn't participate in the event, but rumors about his alleged presence apparently provoked the other side of the communal divide. Bittu Bajrangi revealed he met Monu Manesar barely a month ago.
मोनू मानेसर को जानते हैं? कभी उनसे आपकी बात हुई, मुलाकात हुई हो?
हाँ जी जानते हैं, अपना गो वक्त है।
आखिरी बार कब बात हुई?
आखिरी बात हो गया 1 महीना हो गया। एक सम्मेलन था वहाँ पर उनसे बात हुई थी।
A classic case of online riot tribes becoming real life violence.
New violence has again brought spotlight on hate mongers. India Today tracked down Bittu Bajrangi, whose hate speech had gone viral on 31st of July, which many believe ultimately led to violence in Mewat area. In fact, he admitted on a camera that he had met fugitive Monu Manesar just a month back and added that there were swords and guns in Shobha Yatra. Unfazed by allegations, clearly Bittu Bajrangi has no fear for law. With Alok Das, this is Rahul Gautam reporting for India Today.
Now, the missing piece in this puzzle is Monu Manesar, a cow vigilante, a Bajrang Dal activist and a notorious history sheeter. The new riots were triggered after rumours about Monu Manesar's presence surfaced. The Haryana government says it doesn't know about Monu's whereabouts. He spoke to India Today via the phone line. This is what he had to say.
A notorious cow vigilante.
मेवात किसी की पनौती नहीं है या किसी की जागीर नहीं है, वो हमारे कृष्ण भगवान की धरती है। जोरों शोरों से गौ माता की सेवा करते थे, हैं और रहेंगे।
A Bajrang Dal activist. A history sheeter under investigation in connection with the killing of 2 Muslim men in Haryana's Bhiwani in Feb this year.
मैं आपका भाई मोनू मानेसर बजरंग दल प्रांत गोरक्षा प्रमुख बजरंग दल हरियाणा से।
This is Mohit Yadav, popularly called Monu Manesar, a 30-year-old polytechnic diploma holder who joined the Bajrang Dal while in college.
31/7/2023 दिन सोमवार को मेवात ब्रज मंडल यात्रा है। सभी भाई बढ़ चढ़कर हिस्सा ले। हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम यात्रा में शामिल रहेगी।
Monu Manesar shot to limelight for his announcement that he would attend the VHP's Braj Mandal procession on Monday. The annual 130-kilometer march planned through Nuh, a sensitive Muslim-dominated district in Haryana. Police stopped him from attending the yatra. But an India Today investigation has found rumors about his alleged presence stirred the passions among locals already pent up by the Feb killings and the Gau Rakshak squads.
तो वहाँ ब्रीफ करने में उनको हैंडल करने में जो शुरुआती दौर में 60-70 जो भी हुए वो कहीं न कहीं अधिकारियों ने सोचा भाई चलो ये मान जाएंगे कदर देंगे उसमें ये नॉर्मल ये ले लिया उनको। हाँ एक मोनू मानेसर नहीं आया समझा देंगे यार वो आ भी नहीं रहा था लेकिन वो मानने वाले कहाँ थे? वो मोटरसाइकिल और फोन कर दिए भाई इसने अफवाह फैला दी वो आ लिया मंदिर पर और यात्रा चलने वाली है। अच्छा तो हम यात्रा को रोकेंगे, उनका मकसद उस रास्ते को रोक करना था। अच्छा जो मोड़ है जिससे जानी थी
कोई भी दोषी बख्शा ना जाए और उसमें मैं
Monu Manesar denied provoking the other side of the communal divide in Nuh.
कोई उकसाने का कार्य नहीं किया, ना मैं उस यात्रा में गया क्योंकि हमारे अधिकारीगण थे। उस यात्रा में मैं था ही नहीं। हमारे जो डॉक्टर सुरेंद्र जैन जी हैं जो हमारे विश्व हिंदू परिषद के बड़े अधिकारी हैं, उन पर भी सीधा फायरिंग की गई है। तो उससे बड़ा दुर्भाग्य क्या है? हमारी हिंदू बहन बेटियों पर सीधा फायरिंग, और ये हिंदू समाज बिल्कुल नहीं सहेगा।
At the same time, he sought to speak on behalf of the entire Hindu community, claiming it won't tolerate attacks. The last time his name cropped up prominently in national media was in Feb. The police probe found cow vigilantes from Haryana pounced on Junaid and Nasir, suspecting them of being cattle smugglers. The charred bodies of the 2 men from Rajasthan found in a burnt vehicle at Bhiwani. Police named 9 suspects for the savage murder. 3 of them have been arrested, 6 still at large. Monu Manesar's alleged role being probed.
As far as the investigation is concerned, only thing I can say about Monu Manesar is that he is definitely within the purview of investigation.
Born and raised in Haryana's Manesar He is father of 2 children. The man is no stranger to police investigations. He is named in 6 cases in Haryana and 1 at Bharatpur in Rajasthan. His vocabulary at public meetings hosted by Hindutva outfits has often blurred the line between free speech and provocation. Monu Manesar appears to have got the back of some powerful people over what all unfolded at NU on Monday.
मोनू को हुआ बना करके, मोनू को ढाल बना करके इस तरीके की हिंसा करना, मोनू तो वहाँ प्रेजेंट भी नहीं है। जो अभी तक की रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं, अगर मोनू होता तो शायद लगता भी कुछ उसके कारण लोगों में उकसाहट आई है। वो तो वहाँ था नहीं और उसके बावजूद ये जो हुआ है, इसका मतलब ये कि तो एक मोनू का नाम लेकर के वहाँ हिंसा करने की जो योजना बनी,
हम खुद यात्रा में शामिल रहेंगे और हमारी पूरी टीम वो यात्रा।
A textbook case, a man with criminal record fostered by the powerful, going berserk online and on the ground, all in the name of Gauraksha and religion. With Arvind Ojha and Jai Kishan Sharma, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a very short break, coming up next, big win for Hindu side in Gyanvapi cases. Allahabad High Court allows Gyanvapi survey. High Court says survey necessary for justice.
You are watching India Today.
What's your sense about the forthcoming quarters and link it to the overall sort of trends that we are seeing in the housing finance market?
The market is quite robust. Real estate space is doing well since last 2.5 years. Immediately after COVID, it started recovering, and I think till now, looking back, in spite of interest rates going up, to an extent of 225 bips, the demand has not gone down. There has been, some reports on affordable demand slightly going down, but I think overall it's pretty good. And if you look at this year as well, the industry should grow in the range of 12 to 13%, and we are targeting growth of 17 to 18%. And in terms of disbursement, we are looking at growth of 22%.
What is the impact of the interest rate hike cycle that we have seen almost 14 months? We've seen close to 250 basis points increase in interest rates. Is that impact also playing out in the market?
I think the demand, what we are seeing is net of interest rate hikes and also increase in construction cost. So increase in interest rate and increase in construction cost is deterrent to growth. So what demand we are seeing, what growth we are seeing, at least last year, what we saw for the industry was pretty good. So I think all that is baked in. So now quarter one is typically muted because of the seasonality. Otherwise, the growth is intact.
Okay. What about pricing? Since we are talking about the housing market, how much of that is a issue? We have seen prices go up. Developers have claimed that input costs are partially responsible, and especially in the metros, we are seeing a significant increase. Do you see prices being a factor in the near term? And is there any sense that you get that prices are going to at least stabilize, if not drop?
when I first discovered it. Did I answer your question or I went in circles? Yeah, Ishnakuti is right now a little confused. Are we really able to express, or are we just kind of stuck in this system that is making us think that we're expressing, but we're not actually authentically expressing? I'll answer that question again.
You are watching India Today.
Allahabad High Court allows Archaeological Survey of India to conduct a survey of the Gyanvapi mosque complex, upholding the Varanasi District Court's order. The High Court dismissed the mosque committee's plea, saying that the ASI survey can resume immediately. Now, in its verdict, the High Court has said that the ASI survey was necessary in the interest of justice and it needs to be carried out under certain conditions. Ahead of the verdict, 2 new pleas were filed by the Hindu side in the Varanasi District Court and the Allahabad High Court, seeking protection of Hindu signs and symbols in the Gyanvapi mosque complex in Varanasi. Now, the petition sought a ban on the entry of Muslims to the Gyanvapi campus before the ASI survey.
साहब ने कहा है कि एएसआई ने एफिडेविट फाइल किया है और उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में
जो लिखित एफिडेविट दिया गया
जी उस एफिडेविट के कंप्लायंस में सर्वे किया जाए। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने कहा कि जब एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया है तो कोई मतलब नहीं है उसको डाउट करने का, और जो एएसआई ने एफिडेविट दिया उसके कंप्लायंस में ये पूरा सर्वे किया जाए। डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का फैसला तत्काल प्रभाव से प्रभावी हो चुका है, ये भी आदेश में हुआ, और सिविल सूट जल्दी से जल्दी डिसाइड किया जाए, इसमें कोई एडजमेंट ना हो, ये भी कोर्ट ने आदेश दिया।
वाराणसी के ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के मामले में लोअर कोर्ट के एएसआई सर्वे के फैसले को हाई कोर्ट ने हरी झंडी दे दी है और लोअर कोर्ट के फैसले को अलाउ कर दिया है। इस वक्त हम ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के ठीक बाहर खड़े हैं, गेट नंबर 4 पर, और देख सकते हैं रोज की तरह यहाँ श्रद्धालु बाबा विश्वनाथ के दर्शन के लिए तो पहुंचे ही हैं, लेकिन एक अलग जो हिंदू धर्म सनातन धर्म को मानने वाले लोगों में एक अलग उत्साह है, और इनसे जानते हैं कि आखिर आज जो फैसला हुआ है उसका क्या आप लोग को इंतजार था और इस फैसले को किस तरह देख रहे हैं?
आज जो कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है उससे ये तय हो जाएगा कि आएंगे, जांच होगी, सर्वे होगी तो मालूम हो जाएगा कि सच्चाई क्या है। ये दोनों पक्ष के लिए अच्छा है और जरूरी भी है, अन्यथा इसको रुकने का काम न करे कोई भी, चाहे हिंदू पक्ष हो चाहे मुस्लिम पक्ष।
आज इस फैसले को कितना बड़ा मान रहे हैं और क्या इससे आप लोगों में खुशी भी है?
जी, इसी फैसले से तो खुशी भी है, खुशी का माहौल भी है, और ये कोर्ट का न्याय है, इसको सबको मान्य करना चाहिए।
आज माननीय उच्च न्यायालय ने जो एएसआई को सर्वे का आदेश दिया है उसका स्वागत करता हूं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि सर्वे के माध्यम से जो मुगल आक्रमणकारियों ने मंदिर का विध्वंस किया था और उसको छिपाया गया था वो सच बाहर आएगा। बाकी अभी मामला न्यायालय के समक्ष विचाराधीन है और जो भी निर्णय आएगा जब भी आएगा उसका हम स्वागत करेंगे।
माननीय न्यायालय सबूत के आधार पर चलता है और वहाँ सबूत सारे विद्यमान हैं। किसी भी मस्जिद में त्रिशूल नहीं होता, किसी भी मस्जिद में कमल का फूल नहीं होता, किसी भी मस्जिद में माँ लक्ष्मी की मूर्ति नहीं होती, वहाँ सारे सबूत हैं। कोर्ट को गुमराह नहीं किया जा सकता, कोर्ट तो सबूत के आधार पर चलता है।
क्या अच्छी बात है, इसका डिसीजन जल्द से जल्द होना चाहिए, नहीं तो हमेशा कुछ न कुछ बातें चलती रहती है। इसका फाइनल एक डिसीजन आ जाएगा तो पूरा देश के लिए अच्छा है।
Allahabad High Court has ordered ASI survey and we are hopeful that justice will be done, as this masjid is around 600 years old and Muslims are offering namaz there from last 600 years. And we also want that the Places of Worship Act should be enforced all over India on all the places of worship, so that no another controversy can be raised as far as places of worship are concerned.
न्यायालय के फैसले पे कोई टिप्पणी नहीं, लेकिन 1991 का जो पूजा स्थल अधिनियम है उसका फिर क्या है, सरकार उसके बारे में क्या कर रही है?
कोर्ट के फैसले सर्वमान्य हैं। कोर्ट ने जो फैसला दिया है उसको मानेंगे और ASI से हमें ईमानदाराना सर्वे की उम्मीद है, जैसे उन्होंने पहले बाबरी मस्जिद के मामले में करा था और ये रिपोर्ट दी थी कि वहाँ पे कोई भी मंदिर के प्रमाण नहीं थे। बाकी फैसले क्या होते हैं ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा, लेकिन आज के दौर में हमें इंसानियत को मिलाने की ज़रूरत है। 350 साल से जहाँ 5 वक्त की नमाज हो रही है, आज भी हो रही है, उसे मस्जिद नहीं कहें तो क्या कहें।
We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in the news riots case. FIR on 3 social media influencers for fanning the riots. Details on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number 1, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well, extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree. The sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know, it has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms, like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well.
Forecast now. Delhi, maximum 38 and minimum 28 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 28 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 32 and minimum 26 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 30 and minimum 21 degrees. Chennai, maximum 35 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 23 degrees.
watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Let's start with the headlines as always. Big win for the Hindu side in the Gyanvapi case as Allahabad High Court allows Gyanvapi survey. The High Court says survey necessary for justice.
डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट का ऑर्डर था उसको इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने अपहोल्ड कर दिया है और अब एएसआई सर्वे तत्काल प्रभाव से चालू होगा और जो जितने मुस्लिम पक्ष के आर्गुमेंट्स है सारे आर्गुमेंट रिजेक्ट किए हैं और मेरे हर एक सबमिशन को ऑनरेबल इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट ने माना है.
So guys, Mega India Today impact after India Today exposed online hate in new riots. FIR on 3 social media influencers for fanning riots. 20 hate video links traced only with an intention to foment trouble. India Today tracks the man who triggered fiery chain reaction in new unapologetic Bajrangi. Bittu live-streamed provocations.
ये आतताई जिम्मेदार है जिन्होंने ऐसी घटना को अंजाम दिया और वो आतताइयों पे योगी सरकार की तरह उनके घरों पे बुलडोजर चलने चाहिए और मैं तो कहूँ उनका अनकाउंटर भी होना चाहिए.
Maharashtra mulls SOPs against love jihad. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis says SOP made to help cops solve conversion cases. And here we see fresh trouble brewing for BJP MP Brij Bhushan. Green Court orders a probe against Brij Bhushan in illegal sand mining case. All right, we see days after the new violence, first images of those rioters has surfaced. The rioters who have been nabbed by the police, their images have now surfaced. These are the real villains of the Haryana riots. New rioters to be produced in court shortly from now. Haryana violence that led to 6 deaths. We know now that the accused, a bunch of them, in fact 119 and more were arrested. And from here we see the rioters, their first images coming to fore as the police has nabbed them. These are images showing how they've been arrested and right now at the station. In fact, these are the men who ganged up to form angry mobs and attack on both sides. Arrests have been made. Let me cut across to Himanshu Mishra to give us more on that. Himanshu, this is the first image coming in of rioters who've been nabbed by the police. These are the real villains. They instigated the violence, holding arms, pelting stones, taking law into their own hands. In every sense, they're the ones who are responsible.
देखिए बिल्कुल ये जो लोग थे इन्हें पुलिस ने सोमवार शाम को ही आइडेंटिफाई करना शुरू किया था और उसके बाद एक एक करके पुलिस ने गिरफ्तारी शुरू की. 137 लोग 137 पर्सन अब तक अरेस्ट किए जा चुके हैं जो 42 + 3 टोटल 45 एफआईआर हुई है जिसमें से 3 एफआईआर सोशल मीडिया अकाउंट्स को लेकर के हुई हैं. तो इन सबकी गिरफ्तारी के बाद पुलिस ने कुछ को रिमांड पे लिया है. ये वही लोग हैं जिसको पुलिस ने रिमांड पे लिया है क्योंकि इनका एक्टिव रोल फिलहाल जो एविडेंसेस पुलिस के पास मिले हैं उसके मुताबिक इनका एक्टिव रोल निकल करके आया है. अब आगे जो पुलिस है वो ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि ये जो दंगे हुए क्या इसकी तैयारी पहले से ही शुरू की गई थी. नंबर 1. नंबर 2 कि इस पूरी उसमें कितने लोग शामिल थे क्योंकि आप देखिए जब मंदिर के बाहर जब दंगा फसाद शुरू होता है तो तकरीबन आधे से 1 घंटे के अंदर नूह में 25 किलोमीटर दूर भी दंगे होते हैं. तो आखिर एक भीड़ क्या दूसरी भीड़ से जुड़ी हुई थी, क्या जो ग्रुप था वो आपस में कनेक्टेड था और इसकी तैयारी पहले थी कि कब कहां किस तरीके से हिंसा करनी है, डर पैदा करना है, रोड को ब्लॉक कर देना है. ये सारी चीजें अब पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद आएगी. जो लोग पकड़े गए हैं इनसे लगातार पुलिस पूछताछ कर रही है. कई लोगों की पहचान और पुलिस ने कर ली है और रेड्स के लिए सिर्फ नूह की पुलिस नहीं बल्कि इसके अलावा आसपास के तमाम जिलों की पुलिस यहाँ पे पहुंची हुई है, रेड्स कर रही है और पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि जो आरोपी शामिल थे वो कहीं दूसरी जगह तो भागने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहे। इसके अलावा पुलिस की इस बात की भी छानबीन कर रही है कि क्या हिंसा के पहले किसी तरीके से कोई नए ग्रुप तो ऐसे नहीं बनाए गए थे, इस इलाके में कोई नया व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप तो एक्टिव नहीं था जो लोग जिसमें लोग आपस में जुड़े हुए थे। तो ये सारी जो जांच की अभी जारी है और पुलिस रिकवरी की कोशिश कर रही है, क्योंकि जो लोग पकड़े गए हैं अभी उनसे क्या रिकवर हुआ है इसके बारे में जब हमने अभी एडीजी जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर हैं उनसे जब हमने अभी बात की और उनसे रिकवरी के बारे में पूछा तो उनका कहना है कि कोशिशें लगातार जारी हैं कि रिकवरी की जाए। जी नविला।
Thank you very much, Himanshu, for joining us on that. Well, Himanshu tells us that the police is probing into the kind of arms that these men held. Where did they access that kind of ammunition? Illegal weapons were brandished. These are the men who you see on your screens on the right side. They've been arrested, at least a whole bunch of them. Of course, more arrests will continue as the police are trying to probe on the involvement of people who got out on the streets, pelted stones, obstructed peace, really ruined peace in that area. And more importantly, life has been thrown out of gear. We know that many establishments have been burnt down, vehicles have been fully gutted, nearly 50 to 70 vehicles have been burnt, and more importantly, 6 people have died. Now, these are the men who are responsible. Arrests will continue, many more to continue. Sources from the IT ministry now are looking into all the accounts which are spreading fake news, misinformation on the new incident. This is the big update that we have. The ministry is now preparing a document on the spike in misinformation over the past 2 weeks. There's been a massive spike of videos and a lot of news that's being circulated which are inflammatory in nature and trying to really instigate people of both communities. This is a call taken by the ministry. Many of the social media accounts have been cracked down on. Sources say that the IT ministry are currently looking into those accounts that have spread a lot of misinformation about the new incident. The ministry currently is preparing a document on the spike on misinformation in the last 2 weeks. A massive spike has been seen by the ministry on communal content on social media. In fact, we know that there has been unmonitored live videos and coverage that's been going on the new violence. And most of the accounts that were in fact trying to deliver news, at least they pretended to be factual, but clearly they were inflammatory in nature, and this was what really instigated the crowds all the more. A lot of misinformation was being spread. Now, these social media accounts have been cracked down on. Many of these accounts have already been pulled down. We believe that the IT ministry is now taking a good note. They're combing accounts that have been putting out information on the no violence, and those that have communal content and misinformation are going to be pulled up.
थोड़ी देर बाद लगभग अगर कहा जाए तो आधे से 1 घंटे पीछे के अंदर ही तमाम आरोपियों को जो है वो यहाँ से कोर्ट जो है वो पेश किया जाएगा, क्योंकि ये 19 आरोपी हैं जिन्होंने पूरे नू इलाके के अंदर 31 तारीख को जमकर आगजनी की वारदातों को अंजाम दिया था। इसके अलावा अगर बात की जाए, गाड़ियों को आग के हवाले कर दिया गया था, दुकानों को लूटा था। ये तमाम आरोपी फिलहाल पुलिस स्टेशन के अंदर मौजूद हैं, जिनके तस्वीरें आज तक पर एक्सक्लूसिव जो है वो इस वक्त हम दिखा रहे हैं कि कितने ये आरोपी हैं। तकरीबन 19 आरोपी हैं। इसके अलावा 25 और आरोपी हैं जिनको अलग अलग धाराओं के तहत मुकदमे जो है वो दर्ज किए गए हैं। फिलहाल कोशिश करेंगे कि क्योंकि अंदर जाने की इजाजत जो है वो फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से नहीं है, क्योंकि तमाम आरोपी फिलहाल अंदर हैं। और आपको बता दूं कि अब से थोड़ी देर बाद ही इन तमाम आरोपियों को यहां से कोर्ट में जो है वो फिलहाल पेश किया जाएगा, जहां पर कोर्ट में इनकी रिमांड जो है वो फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से जो है वो मांगी जाएगी। ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अंदर ये तमाम आरोपी जो है वो मौजूद है, और यही वो आरोपी हैं जिन्होंने इस पूरे नूह के अंदर घटनाओं को जो है वो अंजाम दिया था और आगजनी की घटनाएं की थी। फिलहाल अंदर जाने की इजाजत जो है वो फिलहाल पुलिस की तरफ से नहीं है। अंदर आरोपी जो है वो आपको नजर आएंगे कि यहाँ पर वो आरोपी जो है वो फिलहाल हैं। तस्वीरें मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन से कहूंगा कि वो तमाम आरोपी हैं जो कि इस पूरी घटना के अंदर अंजाम दिया था नूह के अंदर। फिलहाल अब से थोड़ी देर बाद इनको कोर्ट में जो है वो फिलहाल आशुतोष जो है वो पेश किया जाएगा। नूह में अगर बात की जाए मेवात में पहाड़ों के ऊपर से
आरोपियों से क्या उन्होंने कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन दिया कि कुछ प्लानिंग थी इसके पीछे, किसी ने कुछ उकसाया?
All right, these are images. Our reporter brings us a lot more information on these images coming in from the police station in Haryana's Nuh, where the cops have reprimanded a bunch of those who they believe have been responsible in instigating communal clashes. It's been now 4 days. Let me cut across to our reporter who's on ground, bringing us all the details on these arrests.
इतने दिनों से इस पूरी तैयारियों का जो है वो खाका जो है वो तैयार किया जा रहा था। क्या पहले से ही प्लानिंग थी कि इस तरीके की वारदातों को अंजाम देना है? कौन आगे इसके पीछे जो लोग थे, क्या सोशल मीडिया में कौन किस तरीके से मैसेज जो है वो फॉरवर्ड कर रहा था? इन तमाम सवालों के जवाब जो है वो पुलिस लगातार इन आरोपियों से ले रही है। इसके अलावा पुलिस की तरफ से कोर्ट में जब इनकी रिमांड मांगी जाएगी उसके बाद आगे की पूरी कार्रवाई जो है वो पुलिस की तरफ से की जाएगी कि आखिरकार इसके पीछे पूरा मास्टरमाइंड किन लोगों का है, किन लोगों ने इस पूरी वारदातों को अंजाम देने के लिए इन लोगों को आगे रखा। क्या यही पूरी तरीके से मास्टरमाइंड है या इनके पीछे और भी कई सारे लोग हैं? मैं आपको बता दूं कि फिलहाल अब अंदर जाने की इजाजत जो है वो यहाँ पर नहीं है, क्योंकि अब से थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ ये आप तमाम गाड़ियां देख रहे हैं कि इन तमाम गाड़ियों की कार्रवाई के जरिए इन तमाम आरोपियों को जो है वो फिलहाल कोर्ट में जो है वो आप पेश किया जाएगा, जहां इनकी रिमांड जो है वो पुलिस मांगेगी। इसके अलावा मैं बता दूं कि इस पुलिस स्टेशन में तकरीबन 25 और आरोपी हैं जिनको पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया है। उनसे भी पूछताछ जो है वो लगातार की जा रही है। पहले 19 आरोपियों को जो है वो कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा और उसके बाद 25 आरोपियों को।
All right, as we know that arrests have been made, we also see the IT ministry now cracking down on all those social media accounts that have played a significant role in fueling the new violence. IT ministry now looking at those accounts that have been spreading misinformation. The ministry is preparing a document on the spike on the misinformation that's happened over the last 2 weeks. Massive spike that's been noticed by the ministry on communal content on social media. As we know, a bunch of these accounts have now been monitored. In fact, the social media account owners have been summoned as well. We believe there's been a spike in communal content on social media extensively. Home Minister of Haryana himself says that social media has played a significant role in fueling the violence, and they've now formed a 3-member committee tasked to monitoring these social media accounts. Let me cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us live for more on that. Aishwarya, platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, and you name it, you have communal content that saw a surge in the last 2 weeks, and more importantly, in the last week itself, during the no violence, there were people who were going live, many of those accused who went live, live streaming those attacks, narrating what was happening, giving misinformation and instigating communal passions. As we see now, the IT ministry is cracking down on those social media accounts. Tell us what's their method.
Well, the method clearly, Nabila, is to make sure that they look at the region where these spikes have been noticed. One thing that the sources within the IT ministry have told India Today is the fact that they understand that in a particular region was the place where the the content that was being shared on social media on all the platforms was extremely communal. There were certain lines which at the moment, which at that time were being circulated heavily, asking people to come and join, and also locations were being shared. So all these are the things that the IT ministry at the moment is looking at, and we expect in the next 24 to 48 hours a detailed document will be made by the IT ministry, which will then be shared with the MHA and also with the government, speaking about those people, pinpointing those people, those regions, and also the kind of content that was being circulated. The ministry believes over the past 2 weeks, especially in this area and the adjoining area, a lot of communal lines were being spread. The use of social media, unfortunately in this case, was being done to gather people and also to instigate people. Nabila.
All right, thank you very much, Aishwarya, for joining us on that. What we know is that there's been an appeal now that's gone out to people on social media not to spread false information, because the situation is still tense in parts of Haryana. So it's important that one must not forward content as they receive. India Today investigation impact. Hours after India Today uncovered the fires of hate that were fanned on social media, the probe now intensifies in Haryana's communal clashes. The police has registered 45 FIRs so far. About 139 people have been been arrested is what we hear. This is certainly an India Today impact, as we know that these people were the ones responsible for fanning communal passions and instigating riots that killed 6.
Six dead, countless injured, over 100 vehicles reduced to burnt shells, a police station smashed, shops looted, and a national capital territory on edge. It's day 4 since the communal eruption at Delhi's doorstep in Haryana's Mewat region. And until now, the true trigger has been a matter of speculation. Not anymore. A provocative call concealed in an invitation to the Bajrang Dal's annual religious yatra. The provocation instantly triggering a response from the Muslim local in Nuh named Muhammad Samar. If there can be two faces to what triggered the horrors in Mewat, take a close look at these two men. It was their social media posts that raised temperatures to a terrifying degree, resulting in the eruption. But on India Today, we want to peel away the layers to tell you how things really started. The first seeds were planted in a cyber fraud case in Faridabad a few days ago. Tension escalated when a Muslim man from Nuh, a minority-dominated part of Haryana, who had been arrested in a cyber fraud case, passed away while in police custody at a hospital in Faridabad. Police claimed the suspect was ill at the time of arrest. In came Bittu Bajrangi and his supporters, who claimed local Muslim leaders in Nuh were provoking crowds to attack the police in the aftermath of the alleged custodial death. Local anger against the cyber crackdown had been building, with Nuh emerging as a new epicenter of online scams and cyber crimes. The situation was ripe for trouble.
हम डीसी के माध्यम से सरकार से ये मांग करते हैं आफ्ताब और जाबिर घाटमी का उनके खिलाफ राजद्रोह का मुकदमा और जो दंगा भड़काने की जो उन्होंने बात की कोशिश करी, ये सभी को लेकर हम फरीदाबाद पुलिस और राज्य पुलिस के साथ हम उनके साथ खड़े हैं.
Bajrangi even circulated this viral video where a man can be seen calling locals to assault the police. Right after this, open calls were made on social media by Monu Manesar, an accused in the murder of two alleged cow smugglers from the locality. As well as by Bittu Bajrangi to participate in this year's upcoming annual Shobha Yatra passing through Mewat. Muhammad Samar was playing his own part in counter-provocations and organizing groups in Nuh in preparations for violence. Samar has deactivated his social media since the crackdown on the villains this week.
और ये बोलेंगे कि बताया नहीं कि हम
घरे था, मैं तो घरे सो रहे थे सुबह 5 बजे.
तो उस दिन 31 तारीख को आप लोगों ने क्या?
Speaking to some of the writers who've been held by the police.
बाजार में नहीं थे, लेकिन आप सबके ऊपर आरोप है कि आपने आगजनी की घटनाओं को अंजाम दिया था.
नहीं दिया जी, हमने नहीं दिया जी.
नाम क्या है? देख सकते हैं ये तमाम ये 19 आरोपी हैं जिनको आप तस्वीरें में आप देख सकते हैं कि तमाम ये आरोपी हैं जिनको हिरासत में जो है वो लिया गया था. क्या नाम है आपका?
अख्तर है मेरा नाम जी. रात को सोते सोते रेड पड़ी है जी हम पे. हम कोई आरोपी नहीं है जी. जो
31 तारीख को आपने लोगों ने आगजनी करी कि नहीं करी, आपके ऊपर आरोप है?
नहीं करी जी, हमने नहीं करी जी. जो 31 तारीख झगड़ा हुआ हमने नहीं की, तो ये रात में हमारे पे रेड पड़ी थी, रात में लाए थे हमने 4 बजे रात के रेड पाड़ के हमने यहाँ लाए गए थे।
इनको तमाम रेड के जरिए इन पुलिस कर्मियों ने जो है इनको इन हिरासत में लिया है। फिलहाल पुलिस इनसे लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है। इनका साफ तौर पे कहना है आशुतोष कि इन्होंने किसी प्रकार की कोई घटना को अंजाम नहीं दिया था, लेकिन फिलहाल तस्वीरों में ये आप देख सकते हैं कि तमाम ये आरोपी हैं जिनको अब फिलहाल कोर्ट में जो है वो पेश किया जाएगा। ये अपने आप को बेगुनाह बता रहे हैं, लेकिन हकीकत ये है कि जिस तरीके से नूह में घटना हुई थी।
All right, that's Sushant Mehra. This is India Today's exclusive conversation with some of those writers. Of course, they have been apprehended by the police. They're in the station. They've been asked to sit until investigation. The formalities are completed. That was the time that our correspondent got in there, managed to speak to some of them. Let's have a listen what they had to say.
किया जाएगा आशुतोष।
I'm going to try and repeat that conversation for you. Sushant Mehra is our correspondent right there at the station. He's at Noo. That was the live conversation that we got for you. We're going to bring that back for you, as many of these people, rioters, these are the rioters who've been apprehended by the police. They've been asked to sit in the station. One should know that the riots, the communal clashes that took place.
लेकिन इन आरोपियों के आरोप जो हैं और उनकी फुटेज जो है वो सीधे तौर पर कोर्ट में अब पेश जो है वो करनी पड़ेगी, ताकि कोर्ट में ये दिखा सके कि ये वो आरोपी हैं जिन्होंने आगजनी की वारदातों को अंजाम दिया। जाहिर सी बात है, जब पुलिस ने इन लोगों को अरेस्ट किया होगा तो पुलिस के पास कुछ ना कुछ सबूत जरूर होंगे, कुछ फुटेज जरूर होगी जिनके आधार पर जो है वो पुलिस ने किया है। इसके अलावा कई सारे लोग जो इनके साथी हैं उनसे भी पूछताछ करने के बाद ही इन लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया होगा। फिलहाल अब कोर्ट में इनकी रिमांड जो है वो मांगी जाएगी। कोर्ट के जरिए पुलिस अब इनसे पूछताछ जो है वो करेगी। आशुतोष,
the police is probing into these men who've been apprehended. Now, the violence that took place between the Muslim and the Hindu side, there were hordes of people who indulged in clashes with stone pelting. You had many of them brandishing weapons. Now, where have they accessed those weapons from? That's going to be the big question that the police will probe into. Where have they managed to access the AK-47 rifles? We believe some of them had guns. So at this point, they're trying to establish where did they get those weapons? Was this a pre-planned attack? Who all are involved? Is there a mastermind to this? But the communal riots, one of the worst in recent times in Haryana, that's taken 6 people's lives. Even now, parts of Haryana remains gripped with tensions. It's nearly 4 days now that the new violence broke out. It spread to areas like Faridabad, Palwal, Gurgaon. These are areas that were disturbed, and we heard about shops being burnt in Badshahpur as well. These are areas in Haryana, very close to the national capital, that still remains tense. We hear that many of the migrant workers who come into Haryana, a lot of them now packing their bags, moving out of there because they feel threatened. That's how tense and delicate the situation is. Internet has been snapped until the next 2 days, so any kind of misinformation could be curbed. We also know that social media accounts have been cracked down on, just to ensure that these kind of communal passions are not flamed.
कैमरामैन सुशील डोगरा के साथ।
तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? मौसम मेरा नाम। कौन है? मौसम मेरा नाम। मौसम जी। क्या हुआ था? सर हमें मालूम नहीं।
गोलियां कौन चला रहा था?
हमने नहीं चले।
तुम्हारा क्या नाम है?
हाकम जी।
गोली कौन चला?
कुछ पता ना सर, हमें कुछ पता ना जी।
तो गोली कौन चला रहा था? गोली
तबीयत खराब सर।
अच्छा, नाम क्या है?
हारी सर।
ये बताओ कहाँ थे?
घरे थे। घरे पर।
अच्छा, तो कर क्या रहे थे? कौन किया बसों को आग?
नहीं पता जी, नहीं पता हमको,
नहीं पता। ये देखिए, ये तमाम जो आरोपी हैं इस वक्त अंदर बैठे हुए हैं। तुमने कहा क्या कर?
सर हम घर सो रहे
थोड़ी ना होता। कौन किया? आप ये देखिए, पुलिस तमाम आरोपियों को यहाँ पर पकड़ के अंदर बिठाए हुए, कई सारे आरोपी हैं, कुल 137 गिरफ्तारी हुई है, जिनमें से कुछ का रिमांड यहाँ पर पुलिस ने लिया है और इस वक्त वो नूह थाने में यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और इनसे लगातार पूछताछ भी की जा रही है।
All right, those are our reporters, India Today and Aaj Tak reporters who have managed to have that conversation with those very responsible for the riots. Here, they have been asked to sit in the station until the formalities are done. Of course, the police now trying to find out if there's a larger conspiracy behind the riots. So many of them have been apprehended. We believe nearly 116 people have been arrested in total, but yet the numbers could increase. At this point, Nuh is, of course, tense, and these are the first images that India Today has accessed of the police crackdown. Haryana government has gone on war footing to ensure that those people who were responsible for the riots are being pulled up. A good bunch of them who have been arrested, and now they're at the station. They've been asked to sit there. They've been detained. The arrest formalities will follow. In the meanwhile, our reporters have managed to get an entry there, have spoken to these accused, trying to get an understanding on what was the reason that led to these communal clashes. Were they directed by someone to do this? Himanshu Mishra is live with us. Let's cut across. Himanshu, if you're with us, please go on. Are you there, present? These are first images. यहाँ पर जो तस्वीरें आ रही हैं पुलिस स्टेशन से, इतने लोग अरेस्ट किए गए हैं, मगर ये है कौन? ये जो इन्होंने पत्थर मारे हैं या क्या यही लोग गन्स उठा के फायर किए हैं वहां पर?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि इस वक्त मैं नूह थाने के अंदर मौजूद हूं और यही देखिए ये गेट है। अंदर उन आरोपियों से लगातार पूछताछ जारी है। एक कमरे के अंदर आरोपी बैठे हुए थे। जब मुझे मौका मिला उनके पास जाकर के सवाल पूछने का, तो मैंने देखा कि सारे आरोपी थे और एक एक करके मैंने उनसे सवाल पूछने शुरू किए कि हिंसा के वक्त कहाँ थे। तो जाहिर तौर पर उन सब ने अपनी ओर से डिनाइल करना शुरू किया। जब मैंने उनसे पूछने की कोशिश की तो हर सवाल के जवाब में नबीला वो सिर्फ ना मैं मौजूद नहीं था, मैं घर पे था, ये वो रहे थे। लेकिन पुलिस अधिकारी से हमारी जो बात हुई तो उनका कहना था कि 137 गिरफ्तारी जो 45 एफआईआर की गई है उसके बाद जो की गई है वो एविडेंसेस के आधार पर की गई है। अब 3 तरीके के एविडेंस पुलिस के पास है। एक तो विक्टिम्स के जो स्टेटमेंट है, नंबर 2 जो सीसीटीवी जगह जगह लगे हुए हैं, नंबर 3 जो वायरल वीडियोस हैं, उसके आधार पर पुलिस ने ये गिरफ्तारियां की हैं। जाहिर तौर पे अब पुलिस की गिरफ्त में जब मौजूद है तो उनके सामने वो एफआईआर है, जिस एफआईआर में उनके अब नाम दर्ज किए जाएंगे, क्योंकि पुलिस ने जो एफआईआर किए थे उनमें किसी का नाम नहीं था, क्योंकि उस वक्त तक आरोपियों की पहचान नहीं हुई थी। लेकिन अब जब पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रही है, एक एक करके चेहरे जब क्लियर हो रहे हैं, तो 137 गिरफ्तारी हुई है, जिनमें से जो कुछ को हमें मौका मिला, क्योंकि पुलिस ने कोशिश की थी सभी के रिमांड पे लेने की, लेकिन सभी का रिमांड नहीं मिल पाया। पुलिस को कुछ का रिमांड मिला है, जिनसे अब पुलिस जो पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है, नंबर 1 उस वक्त की मौजूदगी, नंबर 2 क्या तुमसे किसी ने कहा था कि किस तरीके से तुम्हें पत्थरबाजी करनी है, फायर करना है या कुछ भी करना है, क्या हथियार कहीं एक जगह पर इकट्ठा था उसके बाद फिर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया गया। ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन की पहलू है अलग अलग तरीके से है और वो तमाम सवाल जो आरोपी हैं उनसे अब फिलहाल पुलिस पूछ रही है, उनसे इंफॉर्मेशन निकालने की कोशिश कर रही है, उनसे डिटेल निकालने की कोशिश कर रही है, ताकि केस की जांच आगे बढ़ाई जा सके कि क्या ये हिंसा अचानक से हुई या सोची समझी साजिश के तहत कुछ लोगों ने इस हिंसा को अंजाम दिया। तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन के पॉइंट्स ये हैं जिस पे पुलिस काम कर रही है और साथ ही साथ पुलिस ये भी पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि सोशल मीडिया पर पहले से ही रैली से तकरीबन इस शोभा यात्रा के 10 दिन पहले से ही जो वायरल हो रही थी चीजें या कोई अगर कोई कंटेंट डाल रहा था तो पुलिस का कहना है कि उस पर भी उनकी नजर थी और कई चीजों को डिलीट भी करवाया गया पुलिस की तरफ से कि उसे डिलीट करवाया गया, नीचे जिस तरीके के थ्रेड होते हैं उनको डिलीट करवाया गया, क्योंकि कई जगह एंगर भी देखने को मिला था, तो पुलिस ने उन सब चीजों को हटवाया था, उनको वहां से डिलीट करवाया था। लेकिन चूंकि कई सारे अकाउंट होते हैं, पुलिस का ये कहना है कि सोशल मीडिया पर वो जो लोग आइडेंटिफाइड है, एक तो उनके जो प्रोफाइल है उसको ट्रैक करती है, इसके अलावा जो उससे लिंक्ड प्रोफाइल होते हैं उनको ट्रैक करती है। हर एक प्रोफाइल को ट्रैक कर पाना जाहिर तौर पर संभव नहीं है, लेकिन यहां पर जहां तक हो सकता है पुलिस ने उसको ट्रैक किया। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि क्या पिछले कुछ दिनों में जब ये हिंसा हुई तो कोई नया सोशल मीडिया पर कोई व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप या कोई इस तरीके का ग्रुप तो नहीं बना था। तो ये सारी चीजें अभी पुलिस जांच कर रही है। इनसे रिकवरी क्या हुई ये तो अभी स्पष्ट नहीं है, क्योंकि पुलिस लगातार कोशिश कर रही है जानने की, लेकिन इनके मोबाइल फोन कुछ के जरूर पुलिस के पास हैं और वो एक बेहद अहम सुराग पुलिस के लिए साबित हो सकते हैं। उनसे उन मोबाइल फोन के जरिए पुलिस तह तक पहुंचने की कोशिश करेगी इस मामले की। नविला
जी, यहाँ पर जो हथियार उनके पास थे, जो यही लोग थे जिनके पास AK-47 राइफल्स थे, या पुलिस ने अभी तक वो हथियार को बरामद नहीं किया है? वो कौन लोग थे जो हथियार के साथ आए थे दंगे पे?
देखिए, पुलिस अभी अरेस्टिंग कर रही है इन्वॉल्वमेंट सामने आने की बात, लेकिन कहां पर रोल किसका क्या था ये अभी डिफाइन होना या फिर वो क्लियर होना अभी बाकी है। रोल अभी तक डिफाइन नहीं हुआ है। पुलिस रोल डिफाइन करने की कोशिश कर रही है और इसके लिए लगातार जो है वो पूछताछ आरोपियों से की जा रही है। आप देखिए, तमाम जो वरिष्ठ अधिकारी हैं वो यहाँ पर देखिए पहुंच रहे हैं और लगातार जो पूछताछ है वो आरोपियों से की जा रही है। आप देखिए, दो जो अधिकारी हैं अभी यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। ये देखिए, लगातार जो आरोपी अंदर हैं उनसे पूछताछ करने के लिए, क्योंकि अलग अलग टीमें लगी हैं। नविला, सिर्फ नू पुलिस नहीं, SIT है, SIT जांच कर रही है, जो स्पेशल स्टाफ है यहाँ का वो जांच कर रहा है, जो लोकल पुलिस है वो कर रही है। बड़े अधिकारी लगातार कैंप किए हुए हैं इस इलाके में। तो बड़े अधिकारी जो है ADG वो भी ममता सिंह, उन्होंने भी यहाँ पर कैंप किया हुआ है। तो ADG लगातार हालात पे नजर बनाए हुए हैं। अभी हमने ADG से भी बात की थी तो उनका कहना था ममता सिंह जी का कि उनकी जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पॉइंट है वो एक पॉइंट सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट यही है कि क्या कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी या अचानक से हुआ। लेकिन जिस तरीके के सबूत आ रहे हैं, जाहिर तौर पे अभी पुलिस स्पष्ट तौर से कुछ नहीं कह रही, लेकिन जिस तरीके के सबूत सामने आ रहे हैं उनको देखते हुए पुलिस को कॉन्स्पिरेसी का अंदेशा लग रहा है। लेकिन अभी इसके बारे में पुलिस साफ साफ नहीं कह रही है। पुलिस को जाहिर तौर पर कुछ कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंसेस के इंतजार है जिसके आधार पर पुलिस आगे कुछ कहेगी। और जो ये मोबाइल फोन है नविला, ये दरअसल कई सबूत जो है वो सामने लाके रख सकता है। जैसे सोशल मीडिया पर क्या आप किसी से इन्वॉल्व थे, क्या आपको कोई गाइड कर रहा था, तो ये बेहद इंपॉर्टेंट है। इन चीजों को ध्यान में रखकर जांच की जा रही है। और आप देखिए, जिस थाने में आरोपियों को रखा गया उसके बाहर के हम आपके तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। लगातार यहाँ पर देखिए लोग मौजूद हैं, मीडिया कर्मी का जमावड़ा यहाँ पर है और आरोपी अंदर हैं। हमने कुछ आरोपियों से बात भी की थी, जाहिर तौर पर उनके सामने जो सवाल रखा था, जब भी उनके शामिल होने की बात पूछी थी कि तुम कहाँ थे, सबने सीधे तौर पर डिनाई किया था। लेकिन पुलिस का स्पष्ट कहना है कि बिना इन्वॉल्वमेंट के पुलिस ने किसी को नहीं उठाया। सबसे पहली बात, पुलिस ने डायरेक्ट अरेस्टिंग नहीं की थी, पुलिस ने पहले डिटेन किया था लोगों को। बड़ी संख्या में 200 से 250 के आसपास लोगों को डिटेन किया था और उसके बाद उसमें से कई लोगों को छोड़ा भी। जिनके इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं मिले उनको छोड़ दिया गया, लेकिन जिनके इन्वॉल्वमेंट मिले उनको गिरफ्तार किया गया। और गिरफ्तार करने के बाद बाकायदा जो तमाम FIR है उसकी रिपोर्ट में उनके नाम डाले जाएंगे उनके रोल के साथ। और उसके बाद पुलिस ने इनको कोर्ट में कल पेश किया। कोर्ट में जब पेश किया पुलिस ने तो इनकी रिमांड की मांग की और रिमांड कुछ की जहां जिनकी मिली हुई है उनको अंदर यही थाने में रख करके उनका इंटरोगेशन किया जा रहा है, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। तमाम जो आला अधिकारी हैं आप देखिए यहाँ गेट पे मौजूद है और यहाँ पर वो पहुंचे हुए हैं इंटरोगेशन के लिए उन आरोपियों से जो गिरफ्तार है और थाने में फिलहाल मौजूद है, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है। और जो भी रिपोर्ट तैयार है, जाहिर तौर पर यहाँ से जो रिपोर्ट बन रही है उस रिपोर्ट को आगे जो बड़े अधिकारी हैं उनके पास भेजा जा रहा है और बड़े अधिकारियों से फिर वो जो रिपोर्ट है वो जो मुख्यालय है वहां भेजा जा रहा है और लगातार इस पे नजर बना के रखी जा रही है। तो किस तरीके की परिस्थितियां बनती हैं, क्या एविडेंसेस निकल के आते हैं, वो जब केस की जांच आगे बढ़ेगी तब स्पष्ट हो पाएगा। फिलहाल एक चीज और रही कि पूरे जो नूह इलाके में पुलिस की मौजूदगी है, पुलिस चप्पे चप्पे पे है, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस की तैनाती की गई है और किसी तरीके की कहीं कोई गड़बड़ी न हो इस पे नजर रखी जा रही है। क्योंकि हालात काफी हद तक सामान्य होने की तरफ है, क्योंकि कोई फ्रेश हिंसा की जानकारी नहीं मिली है, इसलिए पुलिस ने कल भी कर्फ्यू में ढील दी थी और आज फिर कर्फ्यू में ढील दी जाएगी। ऐसा एडीजी जो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर है ममता सिंह जी ने, उन्होंने आज तक इंडिया टुडे के साथ बातचीत में स्पष्ट किया कि आज भी कर्फ्यू में ढील दी जाएगी और लगातार हालात पे नजर बनाए रखे जाएंगे। जितनी फोर्स की जरूरत थी उतनी फोर्स इस पूरे इलाके में, इस पूरी जगह पर रखे गए हैं। जी नवीला।
Gee, well, thank you very much, Himanshu. I'm going to quickly cut across to also Sushant Mehra, who's right there, our correspondent who's spoken to some of those people who've been apprehended by the police. I'm cutting across to his conversation from a little earlier.
जो आपने आगजनी की घटना को दिया, पुलिस ने आपको हिरासत में ले लिया है, क्या कर रहे थे उस दिन आप सब लोग?
कुछ
आगजनी करी आप?
घरे थे जी, घरे था, मैं तो घरे था, घरे सो रहे थे सुबह 5 बजे।
नहीं, तो उस दिन 31 तारीख को आप लोगों ने क्या किया?
कुछ नहीं करा, मैं ही नहीं थे बाजार में नहीं थे।
बाजार में नहीं थे, लेकिन आप सबके ऊपर आरोप है कि आपने आगजनी की घटनाओं को अंजाम दिया था।
नहीं दिया जी, हमने नहीं दिया जी।
तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? आप देख सकते हैं ये तमाम ये 19 आरोपी हैं जिनको आप तस्वीरें में आप देख सकते हैं कि तमाम ये आरोपी हैं जिनको हिरासत में जो है वो लिया गया था। क्या नाम है आपका?
अख्तर है मेरा नाम जी। रात को सोते सोते रेड पड़ी है जी हम पे, हम कोई आरोपी नहीं है जी। जो
31 तारीख को आपने लोगों ने आगजनी करी कि नहीं करी, आपके ऊपर आरोप है?
नहीं करी जी, हमने नहीं करी जी। जो 31 तारीख झगड़ा हुआ हमने नहीं की, तो ये रात में हमारे पे रेड पड़ी थी, ये रात में लाए थे हमने 4 बजे रात के रेड पाड़ के हमने यहाँ लाए गए थे।
इनको तमाम रेड के जरिए इन पुलिस कर्मियों ने जो है इनको इन हिरासत में लिया है। फिलहाल पुलिस इनसे लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है। इनका साफ तौर पे कहना है आशुतोष कि इन्होंने किसी प्रकार की कोई घटना को अंजाम नहीं दिया था, लेकिन फिलहाल तस्वीरों में ये आप देख सकते हैं कि तमाम ये आरोपी हैं जिनको अब फिलहाल कोर्ट में जो है वो पेश किया जाए।
मौसम मेरा नाम, मौसम जी।
क्या हुआ था
सर हमें मालूम नहीं।
गोलियां कौन चला रहा था?
हमने नहीं चले।
तुम्हारा क्या नाम है?
हाकम जी।
गोली कौन चला रहा?
कुछ पता ना सर, हमें कुछ पता ना।
तो गोली कौन चला रहा था? नाम क्या है तुम्हारा?
हारी से।
ये बताओ कहाँ थे उस समय?
घरे थे, घरे थे पर।
अच्छा, तो कर क्या रहे थे? कौन किया? बसों को आग किसने?
नहीं पता जी, नहीं पता हमको,
नहीं पता। तो ये देखिए, ये तमाम जो आरोपी हैं इस वक्त अंदर बैठे हुए हैं। तुमने कहा क्या कर?
सर हम घरे सो रहे।
थोड़ी ना होता, कौन किया
सर?
आप ये देखिए, पुलिस तमाम आरोपियों को यहाँ पर पकड़ के अंदर बिठाए हुए, कई सारे आरोपी हैं। कुल 137 गिरफ्तारी हुई है, जिनमें से कुछ का रिमांड यहाँ पर पुलिस ने लिया है और इस वक्त वो नूह थाने में यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और इनसे लगातार पूछताछ भी की जा रही है।
All right, that's Himanshu Mishra, Sushant Mehra, our correspondents who are right at the epicenter where many of them have been apprehended. A lot of them, we heard, those who have been detained speak to our reporters saying they weren't part of the riots, that they were at home when the police raided and brought them to the police station. They claim innocence, but of course it's the police's job now to investigate further. Let me slip into a short break. We'll be right back with a lot more on that. Stay with us.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The political stock exchange. With Rahul Kamal, only on India Today.
public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with